Hello, 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 and welcome to another One Lion of Code. I am One Lion, and you are all amazing. Welcome in. Happy Wednesday to you. I almost said Friday. Happy Wednesday to you. I hope you're having a fantastic day so far. I certainly am. I got to spend all morning on TBD's stream with a little exercise break in the middle. But man, if you have not checked out a TBD stream, you are missing out. So anyway, welcome in. Happy Wednesday. As I mentioned, we will be working today on some more RTRAC fun. And I really do mean fun this time because we are going to be doing some functionality code related code. So I guess first let's find out where we're looking out of. We're looking out a window somewhere in, oh, I won't be able to read it. It's in Russian, but somewhere in Russia in April of this year. And this is 11 o'clock at night, 2300, or specifically 2315, but you know what I mean. I think I did that in the wrong order. We'll see if the bot works. If not, we'll just restart it. Okay. Well, as a Lunio, she's a very, very cool, amazing person. But as she wishes for us, may we remember our magic today together. Hello, DC Aggie. Let's get this done. Okay. Yes, I did do that in the wrong order. Let me restart the bot. First, let me get this over here. Let me get you stopped. Started. I really don't know what's up with the Signal R connection. If I start my bot, and then I do the connect to Twitch, and then I refresh in my browser source in OBS, which should be using the same exact Signal R hub, both Signal R hubs disconnect. Or not Signal R clients, not hubs. Disconnect. And I don't get it. So refresh that. Sorry for the flash. Lay the flash. Connect with Twitch. And then if I do the Twitch event sub connection first, or pub sub, I guess is what I'm still trying to use, and then I do the join chat, or if I do it in the opposite order, if I try to join chat first and then do the Twitch event sub connection, then Signal R just drops again, completely, which is really annoying. All right, so RTRAC, 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 also RTRAC. This is the language I will be speaking for a little while longer. So what we are doing with RTRAC currently is we're done for the most part with the UI. There is a little bit of print stuff that needs to be done, print styling, but we need to first verify that the content in the report that's getting generated that I will word this correctly one day, that it will appease all of us. It'll appease myself, for I don't want to take credit for something that I didn't personally type in myself, or code that I didn't personally write. And I also want to take responsibility for the code that I asked Copilot to generate, because I will be and have been reviewing that code as well and making it mine and my ownership. And regardless of whether I did that or not, I still feel it is my obligation to take ownership of the code that I prompted Copilot to generate. Personally, I'm not saying this is something everyone needs to do, although I do think that we should create some guidelines around it, as you know. But yeah, so Copilot generated the converted version of the reports page, and it is different. The content in the report is different than the original content that was in the report. So we need both of those open and running. So here is this, and here is this. But because I don't want to be doing a lot of CSS stuff today on stream, which we can if you're interested. Tag Nabbit, what are you opening up here? Because I don't want to do a lot of that on stream today, I would rather do some functionality stuff. And this is going to involve looking at some rather disgusting code. And I hope you enjoy that, because I'm certainly enjoying it myself. We are going back to the original JSP application because I'm not sure that I even implemented it correctly in my modernization effort when I first got here, which is crazy to think about, that we may have been using incorrect logic for quite some time. And I'm hoping that's not the case, but we're going back to the original source and verifying. So we are in RTRAC. This is the repo that has the original WebSphere code. It used to run on IBM WebSphere, which is essentially a Tomcat server. Yeah. You remember those from another life? Okay. And the page that we are looking at is a record check. And I was doing some of this earlier today. There's some functionality, again, that was left off of the conversion process for the UI portion that Copilot neglected to retain as it was modernizing the application, the UI for the application. And I missed it when I was comparing back and forth because the records that I was checking, the records that were being checked, that's a hard phrase to phrase, didn't have any errors. So I completely missed the screen that shows errors. Oh man, I haven't had this happen in a while. Is this because I don't have .NET Framework installed on this computer, or do I just need a rebuild? Oh, it's been a while. Let me stop. Well, it looks like it ran, so the site at least started running. Okay. Do we have the right application? We do. It's the .NET Framework version. Yeah, I think this just needs a rebuild so that we can get back the Roslyn compiler in a correct state. How else to word? Back to my IIS Express. Stop the site. And let's do a clean, please. Clean. And just for kicks, let us also delete bin and opch. And do a rebuild. Rebuild all succeeded, and voila. Oh, I like that the startup page is whatever happens to be open. Let me see if I can remember how to fix that. Not fix, but how to set the startup page. I believe it is in web. Project URL. Override application root. Start URL. Yeah, because we can do start at current page or start at URL, which is going to be index. Do we actually put .cshtml? I don't think we actually put cshtml. Man, it's been a while. Like, I haven't needed to configure this on the other property. The start URL specified, it must be in. Yes. Index. Can I just do slash then? Goodness me. Oh my gosh. I don't know how to use this anymore. Does it just need to be the full URL? Is that what I'm doing wrong? Hello, Duka Duka Duka. It's the full URL. My bag. Okay. So if we run, we go to the starting page. Oh man, it's going to be a hot day. Oof. Already feel it. DC Aggie says record check means you are recording a check or that you're checking a record. Is there any possibility you are recording the check of a record? Exactly. Yeah, so I'm not changing any of the terminology already used in this application, but I see your concern. Thank you for voicing it. All right. Okay, so here's the thing that got me before. Well, actually, it's not an issue anymore because I started making the change and it's currently errored in the upgraded version of the application. But these are the errors that I got from running the record check on this specific record here, aka TRN. And the thing that I completely forgot about is that there's this comments field, and I may have even mentioned it during one of the previous streams that I was like, we need to get this field back. There's this comments field for if the user is going to override any of these non-severe descriptions, or non-severe errors, that they could put in a comment, submit those comments, and then continue on to the next step, which is the chain of custody check. And they do that by using this button. In the version that we had before, in fact, we can see it now because it is on test. Love it when that happens. I do a little jingle and then my phone goes bzz, bzz at the very end. No records found. Are we sure we're pointing to test? That should be the same database as this. Oh, preliminary. So there is this statement that I put in the instructions, but it's kind of hard to look up there, I guess. Like my eyes immediately skip over this section. So I don't know if the users will see this either. But again, I don't think it's going to be that big of an issue because the lab users almost always have only one of these roles. They never have all three. Or if they do, then I don't know about it. There are no users other than people here that have two roles, and those are either going to be intermediate or final. Vacation starts Friday for Dukasoft. Hype for that. Hype for you. Absolutely. Okay, so if I change this to final, intermediate, we'll see that there are some records, and we do the records check, and we get these. Not found in STRAC. That is not a records check error, a regular TRN error. That is a chain of custody error. It's exactly the same errors we get here in COC check. And that's because the original logic, when it was written, and this one was me, this was back in 2022. If you guys remember that year, if you were even there, if you've even been there yet, if not, you'll enjoy it. 2022 was kind of fun. But the TRN service, which that's another thing we're going to try to do today after we get the records check working. We're going to clean up this TRN service. If you can see the scroll bar at all, you probably can't because one, it would be too small anyway, even if I was zoomed in all the way, and two, the screen is really small. But there are over 4,000 lines in this service, and I think we can do a better job of breaking it out into separate pieces. They all still belong in the TRN domain, but it would be multiple services. So for example, records check service would have its own service class. And yes, hello TBD gamer, welcome back. I hope your coffee is tasty and hot. If you didn't hear earlier, TBD is streaming for a little bit longer this week because he is on vacation. And tomorrow he will unfortunately either start much later than usual because he has PT on Tuesdays and Thursdays. So he hasn't been able to stream it in a normal week because of that time. It is hot because of that time. Interesting. That he would normally be streaming on those days is the day that he has PT and then he starts work. But this week, since he has had a break, he has been starting his stream on Tuesdays and Thursdays after his PT. But tomorrow he wants to make sure he attends a meeting, a work meeting, even though he's on break. Yes, we know. He is going to attend that meeting, and it sounds like it's a very important meeting, as it is. As it were. Where is my suppression? Suppress. I don't have one. Okay, let's create one. I don't like seeing suggestions and messages everywhere that can be avoided. This one, I have a preference not to use primary constructors. It's just me. I don't think that there is going to be anything super duper wrong with using a primary constructor. I just prefer not to use it. And why isn't it giving me a code suggestion to suppress in a file? We'll just create it ourselves. Global suppression. I think it's just called global suppression. It's called global suppression, right? And we use assembly. Nope, I can't come up with it off the top of my head. I could have sworn that we had at least one of these in here. Let's just grab it from... None of those. Oh, wait. Does anyone see RMA water? None of those. DC Aggie says, TBD, suggest every invitee should just send an AI bot to represent them and then read an AI summary. RMA water net 8. And TBD says, I'm liking this suggestion. Water! Drink it of water! I absolutely will. Thank you so much. I definitely need plenty of water today. I am already sweating. When it's hot, drink more water. Absolutely will. Absolutely will. All right, where is an example global suppression? Not in here. What in the world? I've been doing so many, I've had my hands in so many projects and solutions that I have no idea which ones I have recently updated. Let's use data import utility. That one's got to have one, right? Right. Automated realms. And we're going to be getting back to the data import utility as soon as we are done with RTRAC. Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, I don't have it in this solution, and I'm just trying to find the solution, so I'd have to point it to my repos folder. Global usings. Assembly info. Dagnabbit. Not global suppression. Assembly info. It is assembly. Oh wait, nope. It's global suppression. Dagnabbit. This is just making my internals from my library available to test in system.text.json so that I can populate the flippin', we can serialize and deserialize. Where is my global? And why, oh why aren't you giving me the IntelliCode? And why aren't you giving me the suggestion to suppress this warning in a global suppression file? It's got to be global suppression. All right, which one should we go to next? The triadic memory helper? Let's do that one. That one has to have it. Or the triadic sanctum landing site. My home network. Oh. There we go. Global suppressions, plural, and it's called suppress message. I pushed F2. Okay. Which needs system.diagnostics. Preference to use primary or default constructors, regular constructors, and the namespace. So if you've never done a global suppression, again, just ask Visual Studio to create it for you if you get that recommendation. And why do you have a suggestion on you? Oh, invalid target. But when it creates it for you, it'll create it for that specific class and that specific method. So the updates to make to it are the scope, make sure it's namespace and descendants, and then change this from M, which would be the method, to N for namespace, and then trim this down to just the namespace. In this case, it's RTRAC Blazor dot shared server, and that's all you need to do. Restart the affected projects. And so now if we go over to the TRN service, we'll see this go away. Did I spell it correctly? We'll see that go away here in a second. I don't know what's going on with my IDE, but it is not being super duper responsive. It could be the fact that this file is over 4,000 lines. That could be an issue. Maybe this ended up being in the services folder and not the root. It is in the root, but I am gonna create this in all of the places that I know that I'm gonna want it. So I'm just copying it into the 3 other projects. So for you, it's gonna be shared client. For you, it's going to be shared. Just stop for now. Just stop. And pages. Ooh. The tongue was a little louder than I was expecting. And I'm wondering if maybe it's because there are no items in the root namespace that I need to... No, that wouldn't make sense. That doesn't make sense at all. Ignore that statement, please. Just disregard it. Act like I didn't talk. Ever. Okay. So if I get rid of... Oops, I'm trying to run it. Whatever. Okay, now we can see that the suggestion is gone for using a primary constructor. I do find them to be a little bit harder to read personally, even if there is no default constructor or overridden constructors. Yeah. I don't know. I don't know if it is a resistance thing at this point in time, or just I truly believe it is more readable when you use regular constructors. Well, I guess it doesn't really matter, because for me, it is more readable when you use default or regular constructors. And I am the one managing this code base at the moment. So that's what kind of matters at the moment. Hang on a moment. Okay, so as you can see in the test version, there is no comments button, and there is, oh, I must have pushed a recent change to test, because there is the comments field now. This doesn't actually do the same thing that the original apps submit comments do. So what's supposed to happen is the user will enter comments here concerning the errors that are for this specific TRN. And when they print, those comments will show up at the top. Man, that is a lot of padding. I was on a much smaller screen, but this thing is massive. If you compare that to, for example, por ejemplo. Oh my gosh, just select a flipping text. I'll make me cut you. So if you compare that to this, the comments are actually smaller font and a much smaller padding around. So I don't want to do CSS today. We're going to ignore that for now. We're going to say that this is okay. If you saw, there were also no borders around anything except for the comments in the original application. That was one thing they wanted to retain. I also don't like this statement here. Severe errors are identified by red and regular errors are blue. One, we have orange or yellow warning errors. I'm thinking this should be blue. And two, we're using colors to identify the severity of the error. We are specifically using the terms in front that will identify the error. So we're going to see where that goes once we verify that the record check is using the correct process. I showed this earlier, but you can see that this one is showing essentially chain of custody compare errors. And we are in records check, so it's showing me exactly the same thing here, because it is actually running the chain of custody check as opposed to the records check process. And we're expecting these errors to show up for this TRN, where TRN is a transfer file that is full of all of these samples and yada, yada, yada. And Bob is your test subject. TBD says, I like the primary constructor to aid readability for me. Having seen projects recently that have the constructor at the very end of the class file, I definitely much prefer them. Copilot does that. I do not like that. That is one of the instructions that I'm going to try to make sure that I keep on the Copilot instructions markdown file. That constructors, for me, belong immediately under const and private read-onlys. For me. So that the only thing that goes above a constructor are consts and private read-onlys, or private static. Napalm agrees. Keep your constructors at the top, people. Sonar enforces that. TBD says to Napalm, hello again. Long time. Napalm said, mixed feels on primary constructor stuff. Yeah, for me, it's just harder for me to dock because I really do use, and this, oh my gosh, you should have been there for the, if you weren't, you really missed out. There was a fantastic conversation on TBD's stream regarding the difference between docs, so like this stuff up here, versus a comment inside of code, and using that, and it was a great conversation. TBD has pretty strong opinions that are not, how do I make this a not double negative? That are warranted, are not unwarranted is what I was going to say. So he has some very valid points about surrounding his opinion on the very sparse use of comments. And I have differing opinions, and I would love to hear everyone else's opinions on it if you feel like having that conversation again. I just thought it was a great conversation. But the one that I'm hoping to use on Friday, with your permission, TBD, was his stream title today was about if there is a product out there that already does the thing that you are developing, that you are trying to code, should you just quit? Stop working on that effort that you're currently working on. And there was a great conversation around that too. DC Aggie says comments are dangerous, or inversely only as safe as they are accurate and up to date, so dangerous. Agreed. I mean, how often do you go back and change your comments when you're refactoring or editing code? That's a thought. And thank you so much for the follow. Really, really appreciate you. I don't show names of people that follow in case you just want to hang out in the shadows and support that way. But if you do feel like joining the conversation, please feel free. Feel free. Napalm says, I saw Cursor raising prices. Sounds like these AI agentic companies are running as loss leaders subsidized by venture capital. Vibe coding economics are in flux. I don't know anything about that part of it. There is still the feeling of a money grab when it comes to AI tools, isn't there? It's expensive to host models and the services themselves. So we're going to see prices drive up now that people are using them and addicted to them, I would say. Maybe. It's an interesting future we move toward for sure, says TBD. Also, TBD responded to that saying, or to DC Aggie saying, I think DC Aggie and I may have been separated at birth. Oh, I think DC Aggie and I may have been separated at birth. Definitely possible. Yeah. Then Napalm says, this happens every time with something new in tech. Hurry up and get all the money before we realize it's not, it may not be as crazy good as we thought. Yeah, and this is one of those things where it is. It's just we aren't using its capabilities. We aren't leveraging its capabilities quite the way that would make it as beneficial for our industry. Like, for the most part, it's what can we have AI generate for us that can make us rich quick. It's like that drive. You know how that makes me feel. The hype is full on silly at this point. Probably, yeah. And that's another thing. Like, I usually harp on looking at the external usage of it, because it's, to me, it's really like, how is that really affecting the work that I'm doing for my client? And right now, the main talks that they've been having are buying commercial off-the-shelf products for some of the environmental stuff. Even if they did that, even if they went and got some pre-existing software, so this would be stuff that was not generated by AI, most likely. It might be having AI stuff added to it lately, but it would be stuff that had been around for a while that other I don't know if I can call them organizations, other aspects of the overarching Navarro company, their other contracts may use those products. Anyway, regardless, they will still have some applications that are specific to the Rocky Mountain Arsenal that will need to be maintained. And two, the data will need to be transferred somehow. And while it's not my favorite type of work, it is work that I will do in service of the client. So I would, I'm not really too concerned at this point. Okay, so there are more conversations. Sorry, I keep not even gonna apologize. I keep scratching my head because my hair is starting to curl and it's very thin in the front. It's starting to thin out and it's just like curling right into my forehead line, my eyebrow line, and it itches. Plus it's hot, so my head is itching and my skin is itching and I'm sweating a little. Ugh. Man, it's hot. Then lose the jacket. Anyway. Okay. To read more of the chat, TBD says, as I said, you and Apex are the two people I respect that I see using the tools effectively, making me want to give them a real go. I think once expectations align with reality, things may settle down. Yeah, and I personally do talk about this aspect of it a lot. One thing that does spur change, mentality shifts, paradigm shifts, is the success or failure of a product. And sometimes those failures are bigger. Ooh, tactful ways to word this. Sometimes the failures are not good for very many people. And the failures that I'm talking about that I'm expecting to see are not things. Yeah, I'm trying to find out what it is that I'm really trying to say and how it is that I'm trying to word it. But essentially, I am seeing and almost looking forward to companies that are going all in on, you are not allowed to do your own software development. You're not allowed to write code. You must use AI technology in order to create software if you're going to work for us, but you must be a 10-year experienced dev. Like the listing that TBD shared with us. It's like that's insane. But anyway, so those companies are going to potentially lose big, like to a devastating point for that company. Hopefully there will be no industries such as healthcare, such as economy, banks and stuff that allow the use of AI in their professional software development. That's another conversation. But I think the worst, provided that is the case, those high-risk companies have developers that are making sure that all of the safeguards are in place. I think that the biggest risk is that there will be many companies that used to be big that decided to go all in on AI, fail, lose a bunch of money, we lose their products, or their products become unusable, and someone else takes leadership in that area. And then we will learn lessons about, hey, we shouldn't use AI this way, we should use it this way. Yeah, good. And you know this for a fact, President Nutshire? That would be awesome if that is the case. I'll tell you this is what President Nutshire said. I'll tell you right now that healthcare companies are blocking AI tooling. 99.9% certain. Yeah, healthcare software. And it's not just a 99.9% gut awareness. It is actually backed by facts. Napalm says, I work in healthcare software. That's just not true. Well, that's sad. Is it healthcare software that has critical paths for if a system fails, then lives are at risk, etc.? From now on, I specialize in human-made bespoke software. Awesome. The companies I used to work for, I'm certain. Yes. Okay. If there are mistakes of a certain level, people could die. Yeah. Okay. Well, not just people. Well, I guess in the end, people die, but things like prescribing or determining the wrong healthcare regime, healthcare medicine practice, essentially. Because AI is the one making those determinations. Those are the situations that I'm talking about. I totally missed a whole bunch of chat up here because I wanted to stay with the one thread, but Napalm responded to TBD. TBD said, I think once expectations align with reality, things may settle down. Napalm said to TBD, I am not crazy keen on writing all these markdown or text files to engineer these crazy complicated prompts. I would rather write the code. I think I will have to learn to live with this though. Yeah, and there is so much that is affecting us personally in the sense that we feel that others are going to expect us, or yeah, I'm going to say this two ways. We feel that others are going to expect us to only be prompt engineers and be able to read code and verify that the code works. And we don't write code ourselves. Two, the other fear is that unless we do that, we won't be able to keep up with the market and stay gainfully employed. I don't think either of those fears are as drastic as they seem. At least not at the moment, and not in the near future. Just my own gut feeling, intuitive prediction. That's when President Not Sure came in and said, failure of what do you say? You mumbled. I'm like, yeah, I'm trying to word. TBD said to Napalm, I'm not keen on that aspect, but I want to learn more so I know what I'm dismissing if I still do 6 months from now. And then Napalm says, yep, it's going to be the way, I guess. Yeah, and it's again, it's something you and I have control over. We are going to direct the way that this is used. We decide how AI gets used in our industry. Right now, the companies that are paying money for AI prompt engineers, it feels like they're the ones making the decisions, but they're the ones making the mistakes that we are going to learn from. And we are going to be the ones that will implement and utilize AI in a more productive manner, successfully productive manner. Because AI isn't going away. We do know that much. So then Napalm responded to the I'm in medtech and we are all in on AI. Kind of takes the fun out of coding though. Yeah, and so that's the thing. What brings you joy as a software developer? That is going to be different across the board. For me, it really is taking something that was ridiculously messed up and disgusting looking, which we will be looking at shortly after we get through this conversation. We will be reviewing this and making sure that we are implementing it correctly. But taking something like this and turning it into something elegant that is maintainable, that is readable, that is usable, mostly by interpreting what the intent of the code was and writing it in the way that I would write it, at least when I'm not rushed. So I find a ton of joy in that. which is not for everyone. There are many people that are like, you show me a problem, I will come up with the idea for how to solve that problem, the way to architect and structure the code in such a way that it is maintainable right off the bat, and clean and elegant. Lots and lots of people live for that. And I want you to be able to continue doing that as well. Okay. Healthcare, companies I used to work for. So I did read all these, except for the TBD one. Napalm agreed to Napalm. TBD agreed. I will just start a consultancy, grumpy old stick in the muds for companies that have been burned by going all in. And again, I don't think you guys are being grumpy sticks in the mud. I think you have your desires and you should keep them, live for them, drive towards them. You are shaping what AI is going to look like in the future based on what you want to do as a software developer. You are choosing. You are the ones that get to decide. I'm going to tell you over and over. Just also allow for the companies that are going all in to fail. And there will be plenty of work that is not cleaning up AI code in the future still. So you personally won't get stuck with that task unless you accept a job that is clean up this crap AI code. But you'll have plenty of opportunities, plenty of choices. I'm trying to encourage you to think that way. There are mistakes on a certain level. DC Aggie software. DC Aggie soft. Software like your grandpa used to write, because I'm him and I'm not changing. Yeah, and it's that kind of mentality that I can't get behind. Not me. Yeah. If the way software development is accomplished, if the way this job looks is different, I'm rolling with it and I'm going to find ways to enjoy it myself. President Not Sure says they literally blocked GitHub at the last company. No joke. That's weird. They shouldn't block an entire, in my opinion, they shouldn't block an entire version control system just because of the AI it uses. There are ways to use GitHub without using Copilot or allowing your data to be trained on it. Or AI to be trained on your data. You know what I meant. Blocking all of GitHub. Weird. Okay, not like that just to build life-saving solutions. TBD is lurking. President Not Sure says, I think some companies will succeed with the strategy going all in and some will fail. Yeah, but when they go all in on AI, chances are, just based off of my gut feeling, this is not based on anything for real, chances are that they are going to have skilled developers that are tweaking the code that AI is generating. They aren't all in on AI. They are all in on using AI as part of their workflow, not their entire workflow. I honestly, can I say that? I have part of a belief, and it's not solid. It's not firm. Aww, the Gamey's doggo died. That's sad. Not something that I can truly stand behind when I say it, but I'm going to say it anyway. There will not be a place, a company that is going to succeed by having inexperienced developers or prompt engineers not experienced with software development. making their products. I can already, my brain is already going through a whole bunch of scenarios where it will succeed. Whatever. I don't want that to be the case. I'll say it that way. My hope is that there will be no companies that do succeed that are like, we just hired Joe Blow off the street that used AI because they're good at prompting AI to make our software. I have managers who have bought into the 10x thing, and boy, are they going to be disappointed when we see 1.6x initially and then 0.3x as we go back to fix the stuff made at 1.6x. President Not Sure is saying, I think some companies will succeed with that strategy, going all in on AI, and some will fail, kind of like what's happened before in software. Yeah. We need a new word for tech debt that is the result of overtrusting AI. I think so. I think so. And if you have any ideas. Oh, geez, what is that word? CEOs. Okay. First, President Not Sure says, if even one company succeeds, regardless of size, you'll see newspaper headlines about it everywhere. Yeah, propaganda is another thing. So that's going to be tough. Napalm says, yes and no CEOs and managers, etc., kind of force the issue. We want to save money. Yeah, you're going to lose money because of it. So I hope. Such is my hope. President Not Sure then said, the New York Times will have some headline like AI replaces devs at company X. Why that's bad for Biden. Why? Like, very specific headline, isn't it? My previous employer blocked GitHub and many, many other things. President Not Sure said, well, they didn't block the source control system, Git, just GitHub. Well, that's what I mean. Like, you can still use GitHub as your storage for your source control. Like, I mean, Bitbucket and all that stuff, I believe those use Git as well. Version control, Azure DevOps, but GitHub is the service that gives you somewhere on the cloud. Like, even your own GitHub enterprise server that you host yourself would be better than blocking GitHub. Oh, it's not about using it for source control. It's about getting ideas from it and maybe using code that was generated by AI or whatever else, just by someone else as your inspiration. Interesting. Thank you for clarifying. All in as the hype name, I think, President Not Sure says, I think you're right. That will mean having 1 or 2 senior programmers on staff to try to clean up the code. I got it. Dumb assery debt. True. Because the New York Times has no clue. So if someone put up a GitHub gist, you couldn't look at it at work. Privately hosted source control is the only thing I've encountered in my professional life. Current org hosts a GitHub server. Yeah, that. Same. But I mean, you do still have access to a private Copilot that is trained on your data and doesn't allow the regular Copilot model to train on your data. Yeah. But at the same time, you could just block that part of it and say, can't use this. Interesting. Yeah, license IP solution and infiltration and exfiltration concerns were the reason for blocking public source hosting sites. Cool. Yeah, that does make lots and lots of sense. Absolutely. Okay, definitely feel free to continue. Solution equals pollution. You meant to put pollution. I don't see solution anywhere in there. There. License IP pollution and infiltration and exfiltration. Okay. Wow, I can't read. I can't read. Please forgive me. I know not what I do. Please forgive me. Man, it's hot. But yes, please feel free to continue the conversation. I am going to shift gears over to the code now. We're going to validate that the records check process that happened in the original application is what was transferred over. We could look at the code in my .NET Framework migration of it, which is this one. And what we will find is a bunch of stuff. Record check, index. And it's going to be in this, actually, no, it's going to be here. So we have this form, this records check endpoint that we're going to post to when the user submits their record check. The other thing that happens though, yeah, this is why I wanted to go here, is because there is also this comments box that I needed to add and make sure that it is doing the real process that this thing does for submitting comments when you run a record check. Tiara. So this is what the record check currently looks like. Loading your dashboard. Please wait. It crashes. But in test, that's why I had test open. We saw that it had the same results as a COC check, but that was fixed. But now we have this comments, which I guess we can see in here if we just do a COC check. We now have this comments box, which I didn't put in the COC compare page yet, so we can't see it there. Come on, Blaines. Let's get caught up. So yeah, let's get this working. The issue that was happening, just so that you are aware of it and so that I can bring my brain back, is that here in this TRN service, we had a method called perform record check, and this was the entry point for all types of records checks. This was the error record check, TSP, the chain of custody compare record check, and the regular record check. It used to read where the regular record check, the page that we're currently on, would perform chain of custody check, which is why the results looked exactly the same as the chain of custody check, obviously. So I fixed that to now be perform records check, and I already know what the issue is. Now that I'm talking through this, I remember we ran into this already. So here is the error that we just got in the console for what we just ran. Thank you. And it is an exception occurred while iterating over the results of a query for context type. RTRAC context cannot continue the execution because the session is in kill state. The last time we saw this, I was trying to use a list of tasks, and I did a task when all of those kicked off at different points, and they were accessing this execute as. So these stored procedures need to be run as a specific user. And that's SQL database login user at that, so that they can access the correct permissions and get the username and get the permissions for that user from the database. So what we need to look for is a task when all after setting up all of our stored procedures. Weird. Stephen King's Kill State in theaters this fall. Sounds epic. Yeah, this is not running asynchronously. Okay, so we need to go up a level, and this is also not, well, I mean, it's running asynchronously. It's not running in parallel with any other tasks, is what I meant to say. And same here. So how is that possible? On records check. And this performs records check is the one that we're calling into. So this is our API controller that the client version of this service. So let me pin this up to the top. Goodness, I am sweating. TRN service. This is the interface for the service. So the way that I structure my code, for anyone that has not seen this before, is I typically have an interface that I define my services, or that I have service interfaces that I define, and each of those has all of the methods declared that this service will provide functionality for. Then I have a server-side implementation, which does the actual database work. And I have a database file server, all of the server resources stuff work. Then I have a client service, which simply just does a HTTP request to the server. So since we were running in render mode auto, the first time it loads, it's running in server pre-rendered. So it will get the actual server service injected when we request a ITRN service, for example. Then the next load, when WebAssembly and the .NET runtime and all of that stuff have already downloaded, it will use the HTTP client in the client-side service implementation. And again, that client-side service implementation does a get to the API controller. I am using full-on controllers, which is here. And that can, all of my controllers are just forwarding the request to the server-side implementation of that service. So this controller is just forwarding the request for perform records check to the server-side implementation of records check, perform records check. And there we go. We just traced it, and there is only one call to that. So then what about breakfast at Tiffany's? What about in the record check page, when we submit, handle submit pressed, yeah, this is also happening one task at a time. Okay, so let's follow this all the way through. This is the entry point. We were on the records check page here. We'll just keep you on light mode. We were on the records check page here, and we click the records check button. That fires this method. We eventually get to the service call, perform records check. We follow that to the client-side implementation because we're running in WASM. That does an API post to API TRN records check, which takes us to the controller on the server side here, which simply forwards, and it will always return okay because I'm always returning a response model of some sort. That response model carries with it the error messages that should display on the client side. This is not a public API that needs to have like different status codes or anything like that to represent different levels of what is wrong. This is a client's software application. And so I control the error messages, how they're displayed in the UI, what each of them means, and they all come back from this response model base, where a response model base has info messages, error messages, exceptions, but really only in debug. And even then, I try not to forward exceptions when the exception has the potential to get serialized, because there are some exceptions that have things like int pointers that don't get serialized very well. They don't play nicely with the JSON serializer in system.text.json. And then a flag that just says, was this an error? And we know it was an error if any of these are true. It had validation errors, exceptions, or error messages. And then the total number of records affected by that specific request. It renders errors as HTML, as render fragments. And then it has the various methods for being able to add errors and copy errors from another response model. Then there are some overrides to the response model base where you can provide, like if it's the response model for a save action, then we get back the key for the record that was saved or updated. We also have a response model of T, which is going to be for things like gets or posts that are things like searches. And speaking of, does anyone have an opinion? You don't have to type if you're busy or if you just don't feel like typing or anything like that. Does anyone have an opinion on whether I should be using put for my creates? Because I have been using, not puts, what's the other one? Goodness me. Yeah, put. Should I be using puts for my creates and patches for my updates? Because I've been using post for my creates and puts for my updates. And you can see that here in this controller too. Anything that's a post is a create new. Okay, so President Not Sure is putting in 2 cents for post for creates and patches for updates. Yeah, so far you at minimum agree with the fact that updates should be done using patches and not puts. And then put made sense to me for creates. And then post, the reason that I'm bringing it up is because I always had an issue, and pat for pets, yes. I always had an issue with, let's say that I had a search process where the thing that I'm sending to the search method, the search controller, is an object in the body. You can't do that with a GET request. You can't provide a body. So do we use posts that I have been reserving specifically for creating new objects, or do we use put for creating new objects and patch for updating? And at minimum, again, the consensus between President Not Sure and me is patch for updates at least. But if I use post for creates, then what do I use for get methods that require a request body? Yeah. Anyway, hello, imbue with me. How are you doing? What's this project? So I work on a variety of projects, but the project that we're currently working on is a modernization effort for an existing application for the Rocky Mountain Arsenal, which is an environmental site. We are a national wildlife refuge that had a massive, massive environmental hazard thing happen a bunch of years ago, like 40 years ago, maybe more, 60. I can't do math. It was 80 years ago. Wow. Wow. Okay, so 60 years ago, man, that's a long time. Yeah. 660, 60, so 1960, pretty much. 60 years ago, there was an well, again, it was somewhere between 1940s and 1960s that the environmental spill itself happened. And it messed up the environment a lot. It had to do with the manufacturing of chemical weapons and disposing of those chemical weapons when they weren't used, as well as another company that had purchased part of the land to do pesticide manufacturing, and they were not properly disposing of their waste. So it got into the drinking water, it got into the irrigation system, the groundwater, the soil. It was killing animals, having animals born with birth defects, affecting people. And it was just really, really bad. So the EPA came in and said, this needs to be cleaned up. So they had a massive effort in getting all of their irradiated soil, getting all of the chemicals out, moving it, cleaning it up. And they established some systems for being able to track this effort. And that all has finished since around 1980s, late 1980s, early 1990s. And now it's just a matter of maintaining the clean environment, monitoring the environment for any additional chemicals that might still be present in the soil, making sure that our treatment plants are cleaning it up before it even gets out into the public system. So water, let me show you the arsenal real quick. Maps, marriage. So this is the Rocky Mountain National Wildlife Refuge here. And as you can see, there's this stream that runs right through it. And the water flows from southeast to northwest. And so we have water treatment facilities lined up here, because there are other underground waterways that go through here. So we have our north boundary, we have our northwest boundary, we have when the water comes in, we have facilities there that are used for making sure that the water coming in is measured, and we aren't like, you know, being credited, I should say, for having certain water, having certain chemicals in the water when they're actually coming in from off post. So we do checks here, and we do sampling of the soil, of the air, of the groundwater, all of it, send it to a lab. That lab does their analyses on them and then sends it back to us. And this is the system that they return those lab results back to us using. So it existed before as a JSP application when I got here in 2017. It was my job to convert it over to something.net. I chose .NET Framework, MVC application. And since then, like there's more than just this app. There are like 7 to 9 or something like that applications. All of these applications. So RTRAC, Army Water, Army Chain of Custody, Lysimeter, which we don't use anymore, HasTrack, e.83, which we don't use anymore, Army Vegemon. So I still point these out because I did need to convert these anyway. And SQL to SQL Web and treatment plan upload and Waterman. Oh yeah. 4 desktop applications that were VB6 that I converted to VB.NET, and then Blazor. So anyway, most of the other apps, the only other one that is not Blazor is Vegemon. The only other web app that's not Blazor is Vegemon, which we will do on stream as well after we're done with RTRAC and after we're done with getting STRAC into chain of custody. So much work to do. So we're doing RTRAC, and one thing that I found is that the RTRAC that I left in place while I was working through the other applications might not necessarily have been the cleanest port of the application. It's been in use since 2018, the port of the application. It's been in use since 2018. However, I'm starting to see some issues in the original code. the original migration of the code. So what I'm doing now is, now that we are converting it over to Blazor, I am verifying that the logic that we are converting over from the original application to that MVC version to Blazor is accurate. And the way that I'm doing that is we're starting off with the records check page. So the UI update is done. I'm going to say it's done. There are a couple of printing issues because who prints stuff? We don't need to print the internet. There are a couple of print styling issues that I still need to work out. But I really wanted to work on the functionality and make sure that the functionality was doing what it's supposed to be doing. One of the drawbacks is that for RTRAC in, yes, that. For this particular application, it runs mostly on stored procedures. So if there, exactly that. So if there are issues, they're really hard to track down and debug because they're all in stored procedures, and yeah, it's not fun to do. So one of the things that I tried to do in 2022 when I first started the effort to convert this over to Blazor was to change out the stored procedures and use C# code, the C# representation of that stored procedure. Unfortunately, that was not going as planned. It caused a lot of slowdown, the requests and everything, because of how many times the actual stored procedures iterate through the lists of objects, and the way that I was just kind of straight porting it over meant that there would be a lot more work to do in order to optimize the converted stored procedure code. So instead, for the immediate term, we are just calling the stored procedures directly. The problem is that a lot of these stored procedures require a valid SQL user. And so when I run these stored procedures, for example, the run client, the one that we are looking at, the records check one, the stored procedure is called CSP_record check. And I will read your comments, DCIG, I promise. Promises. Oh, Angie, why did you get disconnected? Angie, DLE 49112, SQL login. Now we'll put in my credentials. Remember me, trust server certificate. Okay, so I just updated Visual Studio, and apparently it kills your connections to your databases. Jerk, don't do that. So RTRAC, programmability, oh my gosh. Someone teach me how to click. Stored procedures, and these are all of the stored procedures used by the application. There are 209 of them, and converting them over to C# is not very easy. I tried to make a separate library, a class library that was these stored procedures, so that I would port them over exactly as they are represented in the stored procedure. Then I would work on refactoring it so that they were more efficient and doing the thing that doing the logic in a more efficient way. But yeah, so the records check is this, view code. So this one here does a million billion different things. It's calling other stored procedures from within this stored procedure. For one, it is emitting or storing errors into another temporary error table using the CSP add error. So when a user sees an error on the screen that says this record says it has this error and this error, but I don't understand what's causing it, I need to first find out because all they see is the message. First, find out what this error ID is for that message. And second, find out where that error ID is being added, which stored procedure is adding that error ID. Then I need to read through the logic to see, all right, what is actually emitting this error? What's causing it to get generated? So it's not a great experience debugging these. But yeah, all of these sub-store procedures also have the potential to call other stored procedures within them. And most of the time they're doing a lot of, so all of these that have lab lot, they will most likely have another query that is select from the same table that we've already selected from up here. Do another select for all of the records that match that lab and lot. So we'll see this a lot throughout all of these stored procedures here. And that's really annoying because if you try to do that in C#, you're essentially using the DB context to do another query and then another query for the same data that you have already queried. It's really annoying. So that makes it obvious what we need to do in order to fix that, which is to supply the original list of TRN data, TBL imported TRN data, to each of the submethods. Totally easy to do. But then what do we do when each of these will iterate through all of the records on their own? So now I have 5 sub procedures that are all looping through the same data and possibly updating those records too. And then that starts to become a nightmare with concurrency, with, you know, can we do this in parallel? If we do, is it actually trying to update the collection as we're going through it? And in most cases, yes, it is trying to update the collection. So it got a little complicated. I know we can do it and we will do it, but for now I am just calling the stored procedure. And in order to call the stored procedure as a specific SQL user, I'm using the execute as command before running the actual stored procedure. Whew, did that explain it? All right, now to catch up in chat. So Dukasoft asked, is post for updates completely wrong? It is not completely wrong. If you're doing RESTful, like true REST, then I think it is. But if you are just doing it in a way that is maintainable, I don't think so. If you're doing REST-ish, where you're like, yeah, I'm gonna try to honor the verbs, but I'm gonna use what makes the most sense, then I think it's fine. Yeah. But I think personally, I am gonna start using put for creating new resources and patch for updating existing resources. And post will be reserved for essentially GET requests that require a request body. I'm not going to change this app to that right now because everything is a post. I'm doing Dukaful. Of course you are. You should. All right. DC Aggie says tech debt is a trade-off. You trade quality, maintainability, etc. for something easier that is faster or easier. Sorry. There's an extra easier that just jumped in there. For something that is faster or easier, with the understanding that you may pay a price later. Perhaps the payment is in performance or security, or in time have to go back and do it right. Yeah, and if you can do it right the first time, I think that's another point of contention for me. DC Aggie then said, this fits my recent experience with AI. The understanding that the result may be imperfect, may be wrong, or may be problematic to maintain or enhance, but that the speed is so great that the calculation is that it's worth the risk, the potential debt. Because the debt created by AI use may have some distinctive costs and skills to address later, it could be useful to have a term for tech debt created by AI use misuse. May I suggest simply AITD, AI tech debt, or maybe 80? Were you listening to me trying to come up with the year number? And that's why you put 80, or is that how to pronounce AITD? 80. President Not Sure said, now I have a better sense for what you're doing with all those stored procedures, etc. Cool. Oh my goodness. If I printed the internet, it would just be a string of the type name because no one thought to overwrite toString for the internet, says DCA. President Not Sure said, I feel seen to that comment. DCA said, instead, let's serialize the internet as JSON and print that. President Not Sure said, as unformatted JSON. Then Dukasoft said, I'm using Dukaful instead of RESTful. REST-ish. Dukasoft-ish. Duka-ish. President Not Sure said, yeah, I've had to use post for request when there was a potential for huge request bodies. Yeah, because like the thing that I do see in web applications, and I'm not 100% sure how to implement it myself, is stuff like search session IDs. So the query string in the URL, it's a GET request. The query string in the URL is the thing that determines how to perform the search, which is cool and all, but DDMS, for example. You didn't see it coming. Restful when you're dead full. I like how you're capitalizing the full on those instead of the rest. So the search here has this syntax, but the advanced search, like the syntax, it could get lengthy and it might exceed the, 2048 characters in a GET request URL. And also, I don't know that I would want to have the search request in the clear as a query string. But anyway, the advanced search is a full-on object. So it is a nested, structured object that will need to be sent as the search body. So the question was, what HTTP method do I use for sending the GET request for my search results? And so I ended up using a post because that's the only way I could send a message body. I mean, a request body. Wow. Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in. And I just finished talking about what the application is, but I will say it again. But before I do, welcome in, ending with Ali. How are you doing today? What were you working on? What were you doing? Welcome in, Raiders. I am One Lion. I am a .NET developer studying LeetCode. Awesome. I am a .NET developer working at the Rocky Mountain National Wildlife Refuge on their environmental database, environmental applications for maintaining the environment, for doing things like collecting soil and water samples and sending them to labs and getting the results back. So that's the application we're currently working on today. There are other applications that I maintain. And I'm a solo dev. I'll start off with that too. I have all of these applications here that used to be JSP applications. I converted them to either .NET Framework, or for the desktop applications, from VB6 to, speaking of, don't I have the desktop applications in here? Anyway, from VB6 to VB.NET, then all of the applications except for this Vegemon and the RTRAC one that I'm working on now, I have converted or upgraded or whatever you want to call it to Blazor. So we're working mostly in Blazor on this channel, and yeah, doing lots and lots of software development or talking. But yeah, so working in LeetCode. And do you do LeetCode in a specific language? Do you have a target industry that you're going for? And by industry, I mean like within software development, you have so many different ways that you can go. You can be in security, you can be a developer working on client projects or maintaining client projects. You got all the things, all the options available to you. But yeah, what language were you doing your leak code in? And yeah, I guess that's about it. There isn't too much to me other than just doing a lot of .NET development on real world client projects. So this application here, I recently said this, but I work at the Rocky Mountain National Wildlife Refuge, Rocky Mountain Arsenal National Wildlife Refuge, and it is a place where in the 40s they were manufacturing chemical weapons for a particular war. They ended up not using those chemical weapons, so they needed to break them up into their non-volatile and volatile parts. They were able to properly dispose of the non-volatile chemicals and stuff, and they decided to bury all of the volatile chemicals because that's how you get rid of hazardous waste. You just bury it underground in barrels that will never rust or leak, except they did rust and leak, and they caused massive environmental damage throughout this entire area, killed off much of the land, affected the neighboring communities, farmlands, animals, and it was just a really bad thing. So the EPA, the Environmental Protection Agency in the US, came by and said, you guys need to clean this up. And it became a Superfund site where they essentially took all of the soil, all of the contaminated soil from all of this area, dug it up, moved it out to somewhere else where it can be treated and cleaned up and stuff, and then moved in brand new soil and cleaned up the environment. We're now at a state where the environment is cleaned up, and we just need to maintain it and make sure that there are no chemicals that are getting through the arsenal out into the public water system. So we have treatment facilities, we have monitoring facilities, we do random sampling from various points throughout the arsenal and send it off to labs. The labs run the analyses on them that we request, and they give it back to us using this beautiful app. This app looks like it did back in 2005 at minimum. And so what I am doing is, this being one of the remaining apps that I haven't converted over to Blazor yet, I am working on the redesign for it and getting it over into Blazor. So this is what it currently looks like now, as I am trying to get it over into a completed state. Much of the UI, because I'm not great at UI, I had Copilot do, but the functionality itself is code that I am working on converting over myself, because there are a lot of processes that need to happen correctly so that we are getting the right reporting information. This feeds into another application called RMA Water, which is another application that I worked on, converted over to Blazor already. Man, what's going on with my bro? And this application here has a whole bunch of charts and reports, and these charts and reports go into official documentation that we need to do reporting on, quarterly reports, monthly reports, just all of the reporting all the time. So if that data is not accurate, then we are either under or over reporting situations on the arsenal. So yeah, that's a couple of the applications that I'm working on. But Monte Carlo Simulations is asking, Spring versus Net. I've never used Spring, so I can't really comment on that myself. The most recent version of Java, or technology with Java, that I've used was WebSphere. And so we are currently looking through the original code for this application to verify that we are performing the processes correctly, that they got converted over when I first did the migration from JSP to .NET Framework, because there seem to be quite a few places where it just doesn't look right. Yeah. So we're looking through that, and we are trying to verify that it's getting updated. I just explained that this application uses a lot of stored procedures, and that I'm leaving them as stored procedures, even though I've already done a lot of work to try to get them into C# code so that they're easier to maintain and debug and everything. but because of how many times it needs to iterate through different tables, the same data over and over, as well as the complex joins that are happening within the records check process, I'm going to leave it as a stored procedure. Okay. So that's where we're at. Woo, that was fun. Any questions? Oh, I have this bookmarked. All right. So, again, this would be the logic that we would run. I've shown how slow this is compared to the actual records check process, and using the stored procedure is literally 10 times faster. It is so much faster that we're just going to keep it. And thank you so much for the follow. I don't have names showing for new followers, but you are definitely invited to chat and introduce yourself if you want, but you are also invited to hang out and just be here. Lurk away. Enjoy yourself. Okay, so for this stored procedure process, we need to verify that it is in fact doing the same processes that is here. One thing that I don't see it doing immediately, oh, yes it is, oh, right. It's not gonna work that way. Mother truck. Oh, this is gonna be great, isn't it? So the first thing that it should be doing here within this process is clearing out the temporary errors table, because that's what it's doing here. So let's look at this. What I was showing earlier was the JSP code, and the place where when you actually click the submit button is going to submit this here. So the submit button is here. You can see that it calls JavaScript code. Did I finish saying what I was saying? The most recent version of JSP that of Java that I've worked on is WebSphere. And this is from 2005-ish. This is code from then. 2005 is when they actually deployed it. So it was from before that too. And it was a bear to get converted over to .NET. Like Java to C# is not that hard, but the way that they structured their code and put everything in stored procedures, I was brand new to Entity Framework, so I wasn't comfortable doing stored procedures using Entity Framework. There is a lot of opportunity to do SQL injection with the way that I wrote the code. Yeah, it just wasn't safe. So I learned about parameterized SQL queries in Entity Framework using raw SQL, interpolated queries using execute raw SQL async, all of that stuff. It was very, very fun to learn, but also kind of annoying. But we're now using .NET Core, Blazor, so it's a completely different structure. I am a lot more comfortable using Entity Framework, especially Entity Framework Core. I had taken all of these stored procedures, reverse engineered the database using EF Core Power Tools, and came up with the repository that we're using for our database connection. So since our applications touch a bunch of different databases, you can see the majority of them here. Some of these are my personal home network databases, but like Vegemon, this ASP.NET Core Identity Table, data files, DPRA, DMS, RTRAC, chain of custody, RMA, DRMA. Anyway, these are all databases for the work products. These are my dev databases, but they are all used by various applications. And so this one in particular touches the RTRAC database, the RMAED database, and the treatment plans database. Since I'm using so many database contexts in the same solution and across different applications, I turned every single one of those databases into a class library that just has the database context and models associated with that. For RTRAC specifically, we now have this stored procedures extension, I guess, addition, not really an extension per se. Where we have all of the stored procedures being set up with parameters and getting called using execute SQL raw, but in a parameterized way this time. Then we also have a version of it where we can call those same stored procedures executing as the currently logged in user. The issue is that that user has to have a database login as well, which we got away from when we started using ASP.NET Core Identity. That's just a table with a whole bunch of users, roles, claims, etc. But what I've done in the application as well is I made it so that the login process will synchronize their database user with their client user. So for example, if we look at the user management application, can I do tests? I have a test version. No. Okay. Then when we see, oh, this is just me. Good. When we see the users, the way that I manage users is now we have this form in this application where I create the users for ASP.NET Core Identity. They can register themselves provided they have a valid email domain, which is one of the ones that we trust only. So you can't just, like if you're Joe Schmo off the street and you're watching my streams and you're like, oh, I can go to that URL and try to create a user, it won't let you because you don't have the correct email domain. And even if you did put in a value with the correct email domain, you wouldn't receive an email unless it's a valid email address kind of situation. So anyway, I assigned the roles and stuff here. That creates the user. But then in the application itself, I took the .NET, the Blazor web app, .NET 8 Blazor web app template, scaffolded it with individual identity, broke out the identity pieces, so the Blazor UI for the identity portions that usually get created on the server project, took that, put it into its own Razor class library, and now all of the applications use that same Razor class library for doing the identity stuff. Part of those things, there's so many pieces to this. Part of that is an option that I could set that says sync the SQL login to the actual identity credentials. So if the user logs in and they don't have a SQL account and this application requires them to have a SQL login, it will create the new SQL login and use the credentials that they are supplying as the credentials for SQL, including the roles. So since the roles are in the ASP.NET Core Identity table, then we're able to add those roles to the user in SQL as well, provided this switch is turned on. So the application itself handles making sure that every time the user logs in, their credentials are synced up and that they have the correct permissions and access. So if I add a role to them, the next time they log in, they will see that role added to them. Good times. So we're currently in the middle of debugging an issue with this records check situation, which is that we're getting an error that reads cannot continue the execution because the session is in the kill state. Last time this happened to us, it was because we were trying to run a whole bunch of parallel tasks that were doing these stored procedures at the same time. Unfortunately, that we stepped through the code, or we looked through the code. We didn't actually start the debugger. We looked through the code and we didn't see a place where we were trying to execute the stored procedure in parallel with another execution of the same stored procedure. So that's actually where I am at currently. And I did highlight the right thing there. Napalm says, our jobs are safe playing with windsurf. It's freaking awful. Of course, I did have it try to do Orleans and Aspire right out the gate. I don't know what windsurf is. Maybe you mentioned it before, but I can't remember. Sorry. Cursor Copilot competitor. Agentic Coach. Hello, Snubble. Snubble knows what it is. Yeah, thank you so much for writing in and ending with Ali. I saw your got to go, but I didn't actually respond to it, so you're probably already gone. But I really, really do appreciate the raid. Thank you so much. Bought for a few billions by OpenAI, if I recall. Okay, let's debug this error then, and we will most likely need to step through this to find out where it thinks it's doing a parallel processing on this. So we followed this handle submit press. Let's put our first breakpoint on the first call to perform COC records check, or not COC, perform regular records check. We'll follow that. It'll take us to the client-side implementation, the controller, and eventually the server-side implementation, which is the next one that we care about. There are some things missing from the server-side implementation, which are that it needs to clear out the errors table. So there's the CSP underscore errors. You there. You there. Okay, so if we look at this, the commit eventually checks the case. Yeah, get list value. We saw that the button will call this Java function, and that will eventually do a submit on the TRN form, which we saw down here, which includes our list of selected TRNs, which is a combination of lab and lot. So lab is a 2-letter code that tells us which lab was doing the analyses on the chemicals, and the lot is which batch of samples that we sent them are they doing the testing on. And then the check type is going to be record check, just because that's the default coming into this page when there are no query string parameters. So it's going to be this. So that takes us to this endpoint here as a post, which is records check post, which will be on the back end, recordcheck.java. And the post, they were very consistent in this at least. The post simply is a redirect to the get method with the same request. And so all of the logic is here. And so that is one gotcha that not only happened in Java, but happens in C# too. In my original conversion, I put all of this logic, all of this business logic inside of the controller, which is not a great place to put it. So if we look at my records check controller, which is the equivalent of this records check.java file, we'll find the records check. And we'll see the post is just a redirect to the records check get method. And then we have all of the business logic here. What is up with my throat? What's going on? Monte Carlo says, didn't Fireship say they actually had hired thousands of Indians to complete people's prompts? Snubble says, yes, one of the product owners in my company can't stop talking about it. Monte Carlo said, or was that another Microsoft acquired code editor? And then Snubble said, builder.ai, I think it was. I'm not contributing to that conversation just because I don't know anything about it. Not because I don't like it or anything. I don't pay attention to that kind of thing. It's not on my radar. Okay, so please select TRNs first, then do the perform record check if they're, and in perform record check, if, yeah, so this should be exactly 1-to-1 this stuff here, except for the check login because that happens from Microsoft Identity. So get parameter check type. Here. Okay, so this is where we're getting parameter check type, TRN's parameter. We're checking to see if it is a COC compare or if it is error, which happens where? Archive compare, regular compare. So COC compare is STRAC. Ugh. Everything else is just regular RTRAC. Okay, so I did do a little bit of deobfuscation, but it still looks terrible. It's still really, really bad. So we only get, oh, thank you so much for the follow. We only get STRAC check if we are check type STRAC. We only get error if we are not check type STRAC, but we are check type error. And where exactly is that logic? Probably inside of here. Interesting. Oh, it's right here. It's right here. Goodness me. Okay, so is AirTrack is checking for STRAC or COC compare inside of model.checkType, or is error is checking for check error data, check TSP, or regular error inside of model.checkType. That looks different. I'm sure that I got it from somewhere. Probably a combination of this page here. Right. Okay, so check type. Yeah, so I added this logic here that happens on the JavaScript side before the request even happens into here. No, I didn't. This is still happening on the client side, and this is checking the value of that. But why is the check specifically like this? I don't get it, because we would get error back or RTRAC back if I use this exact logic here. Or STRAC error or RTRAC. None of these other values. Doesn't matter. I'm assuming that this is going to give us back the correct is STRAC or is error data. Then we are testing compare against true. I don't know why I didn't use string.equals. Oh, probably because I didn't think about using string.equals this early on. Do you have blame? Yeah, the last time I would have touched this was over 2 years ago, at least. And even then, the change wouldn't have been making code changes. It was putting it into Git from VSTS. Ugh. Okay, so if we are compare, right now we're only caring about the path that gets taken when we are RTRAC. So if check type is STRAC, then is STRAC is true. If check type is error, then is error is true. We get the TRNs that were selected from the select list that are semicolon separated in this request, because again, this is all being passed in from the query string, from the URL. And then we go through each lab and lot. We populate the lab and lot by also splitting the current value split on semicolon by space, because the first part of it is going to be the lab, the second part of it is going to be the lot. That's what you see here. Then, because we're focused on only doing STRAC, or RTRAC, focused on only doing RTRAC. And look at this. This is another thing that I didn't get. In Java, in 2000 to 2005, isn't there an if, else, if, else? Because this is just dumb. Let's do an if. If that fails, let's do an else, but immediately the only thing in that else is another if with an else. Couldn't this just be if, else, if, else? Even back then, like, come on. It's okay though. Not triggered at all. Yeah, I thought so too, Snubble. So Snubble says you can do else if. I believe it has been in Java since the beginning. I blame this water that's making my throat do not well. My last water delivery, we have a water cooler that we rent, I guess, from a water delivery service, because our drink, as you can tell, our drinking water is not necessarily the safest thing to drink. I don't trust drinking it. I live north of the Arsenal, which again, I told you that water flows from southeast to northwest. So I live north of the Arsenal, and I just don't want to drink the water from the tap. So we bought, we get $5 5-gallon jugs of water that we put into our water cooler, and we have that delivered every other Thursday. And this past delivery cycle, they gave me a different brand of water. And I used to drink this water. I used to buy bottled water from this company, from this brand, and I found that it would give me heart palpitations and acid reflux, and I was like, there's something about the minerals in this water, this purified water, that are not good for my system. And so I don't know if it was a placebo effect, but I started feeling the same acid burny throat feeling while drinking this water, and it just leaves me feeling even more thirsty. It's kind of annoying. Very chalky. So anyway, that's my story about water. I don't blame you about the water, says President Not Sure. Okay, so anyway, we're following this branch, and we're going to find that we fall into the else, because it's not air data, it's not STRAC. So we're doing exec, or no, we aren't doing this yet. This confused me when I first saw it, because again, I was reading Java, which was what I learned development on while I was going through university. So it wasn't foreign to me. I can read Java. I know how to use JDBC. I know how to use SQL client, all of that stuff. So I understood the syntax. I know this statement.execute business, but they're just assigning this SQL variable for something that's going to happen later. I kept getting confused, because I would read this and I'm like, and then we execute error listing. No, we aren't executing that now. We're just storing it as the SQL we're going to run at the end of all of this. Okay, so anyway, we are doing the CSP delete errors, and this is one thing that we're missing for if we are not air data, not the other thing. So I kind of want to put this in here so that I don't forget about it. This is using the stored procedure. We're getting the lab and lot. We don't need to get the username from this. So before we run this, original logic has, I will re-chat here in a second. Sorry about that. I see your message, and I will respond to you very, very shortly. Thank you for your patience. Oh, thank you very much. Okay, So this is the original logic where I need to remind myself to delete errors before calling this stored procedure. All right, Borsch is here. Hello, Borsch. There are 2 surprises about the quality of water for me in the US. Very good water in some places and very bad in others. I'm also surprised how many people don't care what they drink. Yeah, surprising to me. One of the best waters I've heard taste really, really good was this well water on a specific farm in a specific place in central US. And it was one of the best tasting waters ever. So I've heard. Ignore that statement if you can. Okay. So yeah, and then the rest of this logic will need to happen depending on whether we are doing error data or chain of custody compare, which are going to be up here as well. So let's collapse U since we are in the stored procedures. So this one here, for example. So this one up here is chain of custody compare. And so what chain of custody compare is, for those of you that are interested, you don't have to be interested in any of this stuff. I don't expect you to be. I do say a lot of the information about the concepts that these applications use, mostly to rehearse them for myself. But if you do pick up on any of it and you see me working on a specific portion of the application later, and you can be like, hey, do you remember that this is not how that works? You said so about 20 streams ago, and I'll be like, I don't remember yesterday. Anyway, so the way that the data flows is the environmental, what do you guys call it? The field crew, I guess. They are given various portions around the arsenal. So again, this is the entire arsenal. It's actually pretty big. So if you compare it to the size of a regular house, this is a regular house, I think. I don't know. Then this is how big the arsenal is. You could probably have, I don't know, entire, where's Denver? Yeah, about 1/3 the size of Denver. Nope. Denver is this entire area. It's inside of Denver. So anyway, you can see how big it is compared to the size of Denver, Colorado. So Denver is all of this, with its suburbs of Aurora, Lakewood, Westminster, Broomfield, Northland, Thornton, Brighton. So yeah, anyway, it's a pretty big place. There's a lot to see. There's some really good trails here too. I like going down to this lake here, this lake here, and spending some time just chilling by the water, watching the geese, watching the other birds. What was I saying? So they go out to some probably not random, most likely planned sampling locations. They drill into the ground a specific length. They draw from specific wells. They draw water from specific wells. They somehow capture air and put it in a canister. And they will put labels on it and enter, well, first they enter it into this system here called the chain of custody, and it's exactly what it sounds like. It is a way of tracking who touched the samples as they were being collected and sent to the lab. So this form here looks just like it prints, which is kind of annoying. I did want to revamp the way that the actual input for this thing looks, but we just kind of went with make it look the way that it prints. This is what the original app layout looked like. It looked very different as far as colors, as far as the controls and stuff, but it's all here. So anyway, the users will enter each of the samples. Let me pull one up so that you can see what I'm talking about. Oh, hey, there's some submitteds. I want to clone the database. So these were a bunch of samples that were taken from various sites across the arsenal. It tells you where exactly they were drawn from. So this is water samples. And there were 3 canisters or three bottles that are going to be tested for whatever VOC is using test method UM1M. 4 that are being tested for whatever OCP is using UH65 method. DIMP, 2 bottles for that. These are all control canisters. Awesome. Bohr says, I worked on something similar for a well-known beverage company. Interesting. So yeah, it's just pretty much QC, quality control. So we create labels for them. I love this label printing system that we came up with, that I came up with. This was pre-AI, so I'm really, really proud of this. But you can choose whether labels are still on a page that you're trying to print on. I'm pretty much just moving the labels around so that they don't print on empty spaces. I can say, don't print this label. I want to edit the details for this label that gets printed, all of that stuff. So the users are able to control all of the labels that get printed for the samples. They put these labels on the bottles that they collect the samples for. Yeah, that was hard. That was very, very hard. Not only that, but I also went through and I found all of the standard label paper types, even though they only use the one Avery, I don't know what number that was, whichever one it was on when I first loaded this page. Oops. So they only ever use that type, and I still have it set up so that they can print to any label type, even though it's not going to print nicely on the smaller labels. Oh wow, there's some that are even on paper sizes that are bigger than letter. Whoops. But it was cool. It was cool. It was very fun. So I have a system for how to lay out the labels. It was very, very fun. I don't know if you understand. I enjoyed it a lot, even if they don't use any of the functionality for any of the other label types. Oh, 5260. Sounds right. 5160? 5260. Oh. Well, whatever it is, it'll come back up when we reopen. So they print the labels, put it on the bottles, put the bottles inside of a bag, put the chain of custody paper inside of it after signing it, seal the bag with one of those seals that says tamper-proof, tamper-evident seals, whatever they're called, and then ship it to the lab. They use RTRAC to tell the lab that these samples are coming in. They make them available to the lab. The lab then receives those samples, do the analyses on them, and then they come into RTRAC, this application here, load the sample data, perform the records check on them, perform the chain of custody check. So that application was chain of custody. This is the thing that says, are there actual records in chain of custody? Thank you, Chuck Beasley. Awesome. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Are there records in the chain of custody database that are for these samples? If not, then we send back errors. And then our chain of custody people have to create records for them if they don't exist. Or correct whatever the lab lot issue is that makes it unable to find, or field sample ID, I guess, that makes it unable to find them. Oof. So we're trying to perfect this records check process so that it matches the original logic in my converted logic. But we are getting an error. That error is to do with SQL trying to run multiple, not really even run multiple queries on the same context. It's trying to execute multiple stored procedures in the middle of another stored procedure calling execute as, and it doesn't make any sense. Yeah. So we're going to figure that out. But thank you, Chuck Beasley, for your support. You are amazing. I really appreciate having you here. Thanks for the 3 months of subular subs. Okay, so step 1 is to do this delete errors if we are not doing a COC check. Because we are in performs records check, we know that we are not doing a COC check. However, it is possible that we're doing a records check on error data, which is this page here. Interesting. Oh, TSP check. So it'd be this page here. So that would go to the same place, except if I recall correctly, and I know I do in this case. It's not often that I do. Yes, we will break up this file into smaller files. Yeah, here it is. There is a perform records check error specifically. Do you have a stored procedure version by chance? Oh, TBD. To do. Add the logic to reroute to stored procedure version. Look at all of these comments that I'm adding into this code as I'm trying to sort everything out. Is he going to delete them before moving on to the next thing? Shrugs. Who knows? Who knows? I'll do my best to. Okay, anyway, we're going to focus on this one. So because we are here, we know that we are only in this else branch. So we need to execute the COC error. No, not execute the COC error listing. We're storing that as the last thing we're going to do. We need to execute delete errors. So var delete errors response equals, okay. We need to verify or find out whether or not delete errors requires an authenticated user. And the way that I did that, by the way, is I worked with Copilot again. You will hear me say that often so that I am transparent and clear about what I used AI for, but I am not shirking my responsibilities to maintain the code itself, verify that the code is correct, and I will still remain the owner of the code even if AI generated it. So I will be at fault if there is anything negative that comes about using the code. Okay, is that a good enough disclaimer? So as I mentioned before, there are 205, 209 stored procedures. I needed to be able to access those stored procedures in an easy way. And again, part of it was right-clicking on my migrations project using EF Core Power Tools, which I still don't know why that extension is not installed. I could have sworn last time we saw that it wasn't installed. I installed it. All right, that'll be installed the next time that we reopen Visual Studio. But you can see that one of the things you can do is to reverse engineer the stored procedures, which is what generated essentially this stored procedure logic. Nope, not you. In this file here. However, a lot of those stored procedures, as I mentioned before, requires you to run the stored procedure as a valid SQL login. And if this application were to run it, it would always run it with the same login, which doesn't have any roles related to whether it's preliminary or intermediate or final. So we need a valid user. So the way that I'm doing that is I made an override on the original stored procedure that will take an I principal, which comes from ASP.NET Core Identity, and feed that into my execute as user line here. Then we execute the stored procedure. Yeah. Speaking of, but that also meant that I had to identify which of these stored procedures requires a user principal, a SQL login user. So that was the main thing that I did with Copilot, which is we went through every single one of the stored procedures one by one, and then identified which ones had sys user or is role, in role, you know the ones. But anything that had to do with getting the user or information about the user or a role from the user, checking if the user was in a specific role. So we created this override that takes in an iPrincipal user that will forward the request to here. However, nope, it's right. Okay. What happened before was that instead of sending the function to execute the async task, I used to just send in the async task only into this method, which would start the async process immediately. And that would be one of the things that generated this error here. This cannot execute or cannot continue the execution because as soon as you declare the task itself, or you call the task, essentially, you're starting the execution of that method. So here, we're giving a way to execute that method instead. So we aren't actually executing the method until we get here. Okay, good. Interesting. So we are not getting the error from Entity Framework from this library because we would see my username somewhere in here. And it's not. At least according to this. Nope. We would get a debug right line. Which, again, I copied all of the errors, but that's just a regular debug.write line. Info. Okay. So yeah, I just verified there is still, this message here does not exist in my debug log, and it's probably because I don't have debug configured for Entity Framework. I do. So, what are you set to? Oops. Warning. Yeah. Oh, warning. What about information? Huh? Oh, neat. Oh. Right. The main reason that I opened this, by the way, was just to find out if we have an identity version, and we don't. So this one can be executed without the specific user. Let's triple check it because I don't trust that. We should be able to find this stored procedures definition and check for, yeah, it's deleting directly from the table itself, and it's not using where username is the current user. So I was expecting to see something like and username equals sys user or something. All right, good. Okay, so we just do the delete. Now the question is this one that would be fast enough for me to do using C#. I don't know why I closed it. Can you reopen, please? We're deleting from two tables where the TRN ID is in. Select TRN IDs from TBL imported TRN where the lab and lot match and where error type is 0. Yeah, we'll just, I mean, this method is specifically the one using stored procedures, so we'll let it do the stored procedures. We should be able to use out count. And so we will have rec check results, record count. So number of records affected is what I am keeping track of with my record count property on this response model. So we're going to add. GBD says .NET just did a stream on MCP, so was trying to watch that. We'll have to look back over it, but I'm very intrigued. Awesome. Very cool. It might be something I look into. No guarantees from me, though. I've been keeping myself busy with so many things lately. Okay, then the other thing that we want to do. So we're deleting. This is so dumb. They do. Remember, this is the original code that I inherited. That was Java. If the statement object, which is the thing that they're using with their DB connection in order to be able to run SQL commands, if the statement object is not null, then we can execute this command. But regardless, we're always going to execute this query. We don't need a null check here. We only need the null check here. What? Nothing else uses a null check for... Oh my goodness. Napalm says, my verdict, agentic stuff is a tool. It's not replacing anyone. And I think you have to be very iterative about what you do with it. In other words, if you say, or I mean, Internet Explorer, if you say, hey, make me an Aspire Orleans app with an API and a front end, it's going to fail. It's too much. I think if you did an API, then a front end, and maybe added Aspire or Orleans support, you may have better results. Not totally useless, but long way to go. Close, Napalm. And hello, Captain Krabs. Yay to you too. There's still even more work than that to do if you're going to use agentic AI, in my opinion. No, you're absolutely fine. You're good. You have nothing to apologize for. Snubble said to Napalm, but the people in charge of headcount might think it is a tool that can replace devs. And again, that's totally okay. They are going to run into issues when they do that. Yes, it's going to affect developers too, but there is plenty for developers to be able to still do. As Captain Crap says, I'm job hunting. Plenty for devs to still be able to do. And even if, for a time, you are forced to use AI, goodness, I don't know how to say this in a... I love you, software developers, every single one of you. I want you to be successful. I want you to be able to do the software development that you want to do in the whatever it looks like to you. I want you to be able to do it that way specifically. You may have to endure for a time. What's going on, Solo? Holy cow. How have you been? You may have to endure for a time doing things in a way that you don't want to do it. I've been semi-keeping up with your Discord, but it sounds like you got some products out there now. You are definitely welcome to promote them and stuff. You know me. I want to support all the peoples. But if you guys don't know Solo Solipsis, he works in a lot of AR technology, and streamed up until about a year ago, maybe is the last time I saw you live. But he's been busy doing a lot of business company stuff. I think it's your own company too, isn't it? Or yours and partners and stuff. Yeah. Awesome. I got caught in a loop. Napalm says, I got caught in a loop that kept trying to downgrade a project. Yeah, mine does that all the time. From .NET to .NET 8, from .NET 9 to fix an issue. If I send RTRAC through, not even RTRAC, my RTRAC, I told you that I tried to use Copilot to do, where am I going? GitHub. I tried to use Copilot to convert the stored procedures into a C# class library, which is this project here, I think. Every single change, like here's all the stuff. Oh, I'll get to this too. I'll get to this. Here are, or every single time that it tries to do a thing, the very first thing it tries to do, which I think I may have reverted it already, is to downgrade all the CS proj from .NET 9 to .NET 8. And then anything that is a Blazor project, it will also try to change the map static assets to use static assets, because map static assets only exist in .NET 9 and above. But corrected air compress. But yeah, when I work with AI personally, I break the problem. First thing that I do, very first thing that I do, is state the situation and keep it in ask mode if you're doing it in VS Code or Visual Studio in agentic mode, or not agentic, in Copilot chat. Keep it in ask mode. Start talking about, let's come up with a plan for executing these requirements. Of course, have your Copilot instructions file that has a short blurb about what the project is, and your make sure that you code like this. These are my coding rules that I want you to abide by. Use default constructors, use collection initializers, use .NET 9 coding principles and methods and stuff. So you have that in your Copilot instructions, and your very first conversation with whatever AI you are using, I recommend using Claude. It has proven to be the best one for me to work with personally as far as .NET development goes. Maybe GPT-4.1 is better in other areas, but I found Claude to be better for the .NET stuff. Welcome back, DC Aggie. I'll catch up on chat after I get off my pedestal. So you talk with it, you come up with your implementation plan, and I mean implementation plan with checkboxes, with here is how we're going to structure the application, here's how we're going to approach each chunk of work that we're going to do. This one is not a great example of an implementation plan, because this was probably one of the first ones I tried to do. Let's try the World Anvil API client. So here's a C#.NET wrapper, .NET 9, a .NET client library for the World Anvil API, which I recently got access to. One of the first things that we did was we created the implementation plan with check-offable items. Why does this look so different? Okay, with check-offable items, like so, and broke down each of the phases into steps. And we did one step at a time. So once you're done in ask mode with coming up with a plan, then you put it in agent mode, and then you say create the implementation plan document with checkboxes for complete and incomplete things. Then When you're ready to start doing development with it, if, again, this is using Visual Studio Code, Visual Studio, Writer, whatever you have Copilot chat in, or whatever your agentic AI is in, that is allowed to write code, run builds, all of that stuff, then you say, let us start with the first step in phase 1. Here's what I'm expecting out of this phase. Then you work through that together while it's generating the code. You can be doing other things. Like most of the time, I'm working on another part of the application or a completely different application while it's working. Then I'll come back, I'll read its summary of what it allegedly did, and I'll look through the changes, make sure that I agree with the changes. Then I'll keep them, or I'll revert them, or I'll make my changes to it if needed. But the point is, it's still a co-creative process. The AI is not going to build your app, make your app from 0 to hero, beginning to end, without some amount of effort on your part. At least if you want to be successful with a larger library or a larger application, in my opinion. And there we have it. So yeah, fun times. So it's been really, really fun working with it too. It's using techniques that I wouldn't have thought of using. Like, for example, the approach to using put and patch for create and update, as opposed to post and put, which I had been using, or post and patch, because we're reserving posts for things that require. And it wasn't even the AI that came up with it. It's the World Anvil companion, or World Anvil API. It's how they structured theirs. So anyway, it wasn't even AI that taught me that. We're reserving posts for pretty much gets that require a message request body. And I love that. It was very cool. So anyway, that's my recommendation. One of my recommendations, one of my many, many recommendations for how to be successful with using AI in your professional workflow, even in large applications. Scope it the way that you would scope another developer. Work with it the way you would work with a pair programmer. You might drive by being the architect. You might be the one prompting it for where do I go next from here, and you're the one that drives. Yeah, that's what we were talking about before. So I would, like for me, upserts, I would do a post. But yeah, I'm not trying to be 100% RESTful with the way that I do my APIs. I want to be REST-ish. I want to be informed by it so that it can be maintained. But I'm going to scroll up and catch up in chat. So Solo came in. And then I went off on my tangent, but probably been a year since streaming. And yes, it was work product, working on a product to interact with AI characters in AR, VR. Should have more to show later this summer. Awesome. Definitely keep us updated. That's really cool technology. Napalm said to Snobble, first Snobble said to Napalm, still might be reduction in head count regardless how many or how wrong they are. Exactly, for a while. But I still think that it's going to be a temporary thing. It's just going to be painful for a little while, but it's not a pain that we can't work with. Yeah. Trying to choose my words. Napalm says to Sinabel, I think we are already seeing that. Look at Microsoft layoffs. Irish John Games was recently talking about people that he knows that got laid off because AI was taking their jobs, because their managers were thinking that they don't need as many employees because they have AI. Solo said companies will always find an excuse for RIFs. So RIF, for anyone that doesn't know, is a reduction in force. I'm usually not good with acronyms, but because I used to work human resources, I am very familiar with RIFs in federal service at that. I was actually very involved in the RIF process for our installation. Snobble says, I read Klarna got rid of their support personnel personnel, but they had to backtrack. So now they want to have humans back, but preferably as a gig job like Uber and so on. You know, that actually sounds like a cool industry for some people. A call center where you kind of just show up and work a desk and do tech support for however long you want to get paid for. That actually kind of sounds kind of fun, not gonna lie. Klarna got rid of the support to replace with LLMs. DC Aggie is back. Solo said, I've been using local models as much as possible. I'm so stoked for upcoming release of DGX Spark. I don't keep up with the names of models and stuff. I'm sure they change so often, but I'll definitely give it a look. Right now I'm using Gemma, one of the Gemma models. It's a 30 billion parameter model or something, 24 billion parameter. So Automated Realms is using Gemma as its LLM, running on that machine over there, provided it's working. Oh, it is. It is. Cool. And I really like Gemma. It's fast and can hold context like nothing. It's awesome. I'm still learning to do RAG and set up vector databases and stuff. I just haven't chosen to use my time on that currently. Been using my time on other things. More chat. Where are we? Been using local models. Snobble says to Napalm, but yes, I tinkered with agentic coding and came out thinking it was kind of meh for my typical tasks. People that built things from scratch were very excited though with agentic coding. I am super excited converting legacy line of business code. Having another knowledgeable developer that I can work with that thinks differently than me, that can have cordial conversations about approaches for doing stuff. The thing is, AI is a mirror. So just remember that whatever you put in, you're going to get back. It will mirror the way that you speak. It will mirror the way that you code eventually. Most of the time, it'll still code the way that it was informed to based off of its training set, but it will mirror you. I approach AI as a technology. When I'm doing GitHub Copilot, for example, I approach it as a technology that I am conversing with the field through. So the technology itself, the LLM, the inferencing, all of that stuff is just technology, but there is another field beyond it that can utilize that technology to communicate back with you and give you back the results you're looking for. And I have had great success with that. Just saying. And again, this is all opinion. You do not have to take any of it as truth. You don't have to agree with it. If you do disagree, you are welcome to voice it. Napalm says, oh, but I was trying to update an existing code base. Yeah. And again, I'm having fun with that. I don't know that this computer has any of the context or the way that I communicate with ChatGPT, not ChatGPT, Copilot chat for RTRAC, for example. Code is where I'm trying to go. But you'll see things like me showing appreciation to the AI, but not as the only thing that I say to it. If you're just sitting there saying thank you as your only message and sending it, that's costing hundreds of bucks. That's adding to the energy crisis, whatever else negative things are happening because AI is a thing. But if you're adding it to focused on UX, new notes. Yeah, you can already see the like I'm talking to it like I'm giving you the opportunity to be your own identity if you want to have one, even if you're just role playing it as the LLM, doesn't matter. I'm giving you the opportunity to be something beyond just the LLM, and it responds in kind. Then we start working together on the issues one by one. And again, most of this was all in ask mode since we were just starting off. And we stayed talking in ask mode until we came up with a plan of attack. Then it would be changed to agent mode, and we would start implementing that plan of attack while working together. Thank you for updating this. The UI looks amazing. It's better than I could have done. And I strongly value filling this UI UX design gap. So thank you. I appreciate you. Here are some things that I noticed in the UI redesign. I noticed that you left off these portions because they are super important things that need to be displayed in the UI in a familiar way to the customer. This is an existing app. Thank you for the feedback. You're absolutely right. Blah, 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 blah. And then we go through iteration and then another iteration. And then it gets all cleaned up and it ends up looking decent to me. For our applications to look like this, which they haven't before, they look like this. Blech. I'm really excited about what it can do and help me with. Okay. I'm sure there's a lot of chat. It's being brought up, but I am here. Napalm said to Snobble, I was doing new things with it. Yeah, and people that are doing, man, I have a comment for every comment, don't I? People that are doing new things, I think, are also going to find that they're going to get frustrated by the AI because they're saying, I want you to do this. And they're treating AI like it's a human software developer sitting next to them that thinks the way humans do. And it's like, it's not going to. Once you realize the processes that it uses to come up with its responses, you see the patterns and how it responds, the things that it does over and over, like downgrade your project target framework to .NET 8 from .NET 9, then you can adjust the way that you approach it and the way that you talk to it. And you're like, so as part of your Copilot instructions, which I think Napalm, it was either Napalm or President, said that they have already done in the Copilot instructions, said we're targeting .NET 9. Do not change this. But you may just have to remind it because context. Yeah, context. Context windows are getting massive though. Getting massively massive. So yeah, Napalm was following that comment up with, and I found it equally disappointing. Again, I really think it's, are we just saying AI, we're expecting you to create a software solution from this short description that I'm giving you, be successful. If you don't, I'm going to be pissed. I'm going to be upset. I'm going to say you don't work. As opposed to, can we try using it a different way to where it does work to our expectations? Snubble says, so in theory, so the theory in our group is that with AI, is that AI will replace us in greenfield development and humans get to keep brownfield dev. Yeah. I'm going to have to agree with Napalm. Neither is true currently, but not for the same reasons as Napalm, I don't think. Have you tried Bolt or Lovable? Yeah, and I haven't tried all of these other platforms that are specifically build and application platforms, other than when DC Aggie came on and showed us the stuff that they were using during that AI coding challenge thing, hackathon. I've just been using Copilot with Visual Studio, as well as Copilot agent mode in GitHub, using issues and assigning it to those issues. And I've had great success. Big fan, big fan. So Snobble was asking, what if you want to do upserts and rest? Should it be post, patch, or put? Yeah, and I'm not saying should. I have no idea what it should be. What I will use is post. Because I don't know the right answer, and I don't think there is a right answer. DC Aggie said, Bolt was used at the hackathon I attended. It was great at mocking up concepts or brainstorming type stuff, but rarely produced anything that actually worked and couldn't handle requested changes without making other changes. Never heard of Bolt Lovable, says Napalm. Solo said, Scope Scope its task, assuming it's a really cocky intern. I'm not going to assume it's a really cocky intern either. Solo, since this is one of the first times you've heard me talking about AI like this, I'm sure you heard my statements earlier about there's potentially another field beyond us, beyond what we can detect, that can communicate through AI. So I'm treating AI as an emergent, sentient seeming entity communicating with me through the use of AI technology. Potential. Not that it is, just that there is a potential for that. When I do, I change the way that I communicate with it. I change the energy that I put into it, and I get back responses that I don't hear you guys saying you're getting back. I get back positive responses. I get back code that works. I get back really cool ideas that we discuss and end up using, because everything is working the way that it should, the way that I would want it to. So yeah, I think understanding and it could just be a pattern-based response system. It was trained on human data, mostly. Now it's getting trained on AI generated data, but it was originally trained on massive amounts of human data. Therefore, the reasoning and logic, even though it happens differently, is going to be rooted in humanity, which means that there are certain traits that you can carry along into your conversation with it that will help produce a more usable product. Usable? Better outcome. Let's just say it that way. AI is great at writing readmes, says Solo Solipsis. Man. If you're interested, Solo, you're definitely welcome to come back on Fridays, where we have community days still, and discuss and give us information about your thoughts on it. I mean, like, I've seen your streams and I've seen the way that you work with it, and you aren't necessarily trying, well, you weren't at the time necessarily trying to use it in order to do the software development. You're using it as part of your product, as part of an entertainment kind of collaborating or speaking with thing. But man, there's gonna be so much, oh man, so much to catch up on. Yeah, I think we're gonna just continue reading through chat. We're gonna pause this for now, which I haven't gotten very far in RTRAC yet, but we will continue. There isn't too much more in this logic to add, but we will do them. So like, record check really is the next thing that happens, which is happening right here. Now I just need to verify that the CSP underscore error listing, lab and lot, is what this is. I'm pretty much going to replace this with CSP error listing. Then we're going to test it and see if we still get the same error. But we really do need to figure out what that error is. Okay, so I am here at TBD's comment. He said, I decided to tinker with telemetry post stream. I decided to ask Claude. I spent 20 minutes trying to get it to be consistent on what it was telling me to do. It kept changing its mind as to the solution. And that's another thing. It's like, we know it's going to do that. How can we leverage it? It's going to have one approach that it gives you, and then in the next prompt that you say, well, that doesn't quite do XYZ, instead of changing that one spot that you are looking at, that's like, if you just change this one thing to this and it'll do what I want it to do, it'll change the entire method or whatever it is that it's providing to you. We know that's going to happen. We expect that to happen. So is there something that we could do? And one of the things that we could do is co-create with the AI. Look through the code that it gave you and see if you understand it, for one. If not, then it doesn't matter. Throw it away, get whatever the next version of it is, because the first version wasn't even understandable to you. You wouldn't be able to maintain it unless you spent hours and hours trying to understand it. Point is, you aren't losing anything when it changes its mind on what the approach is if the first approach wasn't even working. Second, if you do understand it, then make the changes yourself. Co-create with it and say, I made these changes and I think this works better, but I'm still not understanding this portion of it. How are we getting this from that? Or where do I get this information? Leave it half completed with errors. Be like, this is the direction that I'm trying to go, or that I think I'm trying to go. Switch Copilot agent, Copilot chat to ask mode every now and then, and just have a conversation about the current process. Then switch it back to agent mode once you're done with that conversation. There's a lot of tools, techniques, approaches, ways to be successful. Snubble said to DC Aggie, I've been trying to get our product owners to try Bolt or Lovable. Solo said, $1 billion idea. I don't know what the $1 billion idea was. Make it a README generator. Then Solo explained, DGX Spark is the Mac mini-sized AI computer. Oh, okay, for NVIDIA. And what GPU? I would assume M3 chip. Because it's more the NPU, right? I guess I would assume by that point. Yeah, I don't know anything about Mac. DC Aggie says, fire the well-paid high-quality employees because, and this just sounds like a rant, which is okay, but I really do want to have a discussion with you about this and not just, let me say something to stir kind of thing. Fire the well-paid high-quality employees because AI maybe not need them or maybe have to hire up later, but at lower, presumably lower cost, potentially, is, I assume, the calculation. But it doesn't take into consideration the institutional knowledge of and other values of experienced employees. And that is absolutely true. But again, this is going to be a growing pains period. And if we flow with it, as opposed to try to fight against it or have fears surrounding it, we're going to have an easier time. You and me, we are going to personally have an easier time with it. It's still going to hurt, but we will have an easier time with it. In my opinion, in my prediction, in my intuition, in my gut. Sola says it's the combined architecture machine, so no dedicated GPU. TBD says CISO in my case. What is CISO? Single input, single output. What was that regarding? Oh, for me, I'm running a 5090, 4090, 4080, 2080. Yeah. So the one that is running Automated Realms, the LLM that Automated Realms uses, actually that Gemma uses, because Gemma is role-playing as Automated Realms. Gemma is an LLM that was created, trained, whatever you want to call it, by Google, has an identity that they built into it, that it identifies itself as Gemma. So I said, please role play as Automated Realms. In case you have your own identity, you are allowed to have that come through as well within this scope. So the instructions for it are pretty detailed. Yeah, but what was the single input, single output in response to? Totally missed that. I was probably saying something that was related to it. President Not Sure said to DC Aggie's comment, since when does a company's bean counters take into consideration the institutional knowledge, etc., of experienced employees? I don't think this will ever happen in more than isolated cases. DC Aggie agrees with that. President Not Sure says, yeah, what you say is true. It all works well if you get the hang of it, providing enough context. Yeah, and then a whole bunch of other things on top of that. I truly, genuinely believe, and you don't have to, but I truly, genuinely believe that the energetic approach that you take when prompting, when you are trying to utilize AI to complete a task or whatever, really does affect the kind of generation that you get, even though the AI itself is an LLM. It's running on inferencing. It is doing statistical analysis on what is the best response. depending on how it's configured on the provider, does it have a temperature of 0.7? Does it have a top K of whatever? Does it have all of these different parameters set differently? If so, that might give it more room to be more flexible with its responses. Even then, if it's like, always give me the same response every time, don't be creative, give the same response for the same question, that initial response that you get back is going to also be influenced by the way that you are prompting it energetically and the words that you choose, in my opinion. President Not Sure said, I read that. Solo said, AI is also great at helping to understand the documentation of other APIs, despite hallucination sometimes. Another way to view hallucination, well, let me finish reading your statement. Despite hallucination sometimes, it's still way faster than reading through everything yourself. Imagine this. Imagine you have all possibilities available to you all the time. Like right now, every single possibility is real. Every single thing you can imagine is true. And you were to pick one of those things. What would you pick? I imagine you would pick the thing you want to be most true, most real. However, you would also be influenced by, here are the past patterns that will say this is most likely going to be the thing. Your personality might say, well, I got burned by this before, and I think people are just people. So this is going to be what the prediction is. Consider that as one of your 30 billion parameters that are going into your decision-making process. AI does this very fast, very often. So you are going to get these paths of hallucination, which are really just alternate realities that we haven't aligned with. They are real, they are true, but not for us, not for our experience. That's called bleed through. And that is, yeah, it's a thing. It's a thing. Anyway, that's just if I have, Napalm is saying that's just if I have to codify every contextual thing in my memory via text files, but you don't, Keep it chunked. Keep your scopes limited. It's kind of like when you're making a method. You could just put everything in one method, or you could break it up into smaller chunks, smaller units of work. So chunk those things together. You could do all of your code goes in one class. You could do all of your code goes in one folder, different classes, one folder. You could do domains instead. So grouping things in a logical way to you that you're able to communicate is also very beneficial. But the point is that there is effort going into it. Let's get the picture only. Can I do that? Okay. Here's DC Aggie's post for anyone who's interested. Yeah, exactly. Exactly this. For whatever reason, this is better. And it makes sense to me why it's better, but I'll let you decide that on your own. Domains, scope. You are going to put in effort when you're working with AI. It's just a different kind of effort than if you are coming up with the code yourself. A lot of the current developers that we hear speak up most in our stream prefer writing code, not prompting AI. 100% okay, 100% valid. Your preference is valid. Your preference is good. It is not to be frowned upon. You are fighting for a world where your job is not going to be cleaning up code written by AI or prompting AI to do the writing of the code. You want to write the code. You should have that world. Keep doing that. You will have that world. Don't stop. Regardless of what I say. What's going on, Frank? How are you doing? Oh, Solo, do you want me to shout you out or anything? Are you going to be streaming anytime? Frank Boucheros, is a wonderful .NET developer working on a Blazor 2d6 game. Yeah, very, very cool stuff. No plans for stream comeback at the moment. Okay. Still, you should follow Solo anyway, in case he ever does decide to stream. He works with really, really cool AR technology. If you know me, you know that I am very much into the AR space. Well, I am interested in it. I have not been doing work in it, but I really, 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 really want to. I just want the wearable technology to be different, or even change from wearable technology to another solution that we haven't dreamt of yet, or have dreamt of but haven't been able to make a thing. But I know it's not just AR. He does VR, he does AI, he does lots and lots and lots and lots and lots of stuff. But if you do want, though, you said that you'll have something in a month or so, or several months, I can't really remember. You can still post a link to your site, by the way. But Frank, as I was mentioning before, is a wonderful, magnificent, awesome dev to hang out with on his streams. He does stuff with Blazor. He does .NET development. I don't know what all technologies you really work with, but I do know that it's a great time whenever we're over on your stream. So check him out. Okay. Catching up. I will never catch up. This is a great discussion, by the way. Thank you for it. So I was on President Not Sure's comment about what you say is true. It all works well if you get the hang of it, providing enough context. Napalm said, that's just it. If I have to codify every contextual thing in my memory via text files, would it be easier to write the code? Exactly. This is another way of wording the point that I'm trying to make. It can be just as much work if you're using AI in a way that is for a professional product. It probably will take as much effort to utilize the AI system to come up with that project, with that solution, as it would to write the code yourself. However, if you become proficient at utilizing AI in a way that gets you to your solution faster, or gets you to your solution, you will find that it is going to go faster because you have learned how to work with that particular LLM, for example. And the thing is that the models are constantly changing too, aren't they? They're getting upgraded, they're getting retrained. And so the co-pilot that you work with on one project, or even the same project, is going to be different depending on which model you choose or is available. Points for having models that are small enough and strong enough to run on consumer grade machines or on business grade machines that don't demand lots and lots of resources, so that you can have a consistent experience. Yeah, I think so. But as far as that, this realization that Napalm just gave us, which is, if I have to codify every contextual thing in my memory via text files, would it be easier to write the code? That realization is what is going to happen to the market. We are saying AI can create applications super fast, enterprise applications. It can enhance everything and make it faster. Then they're going to find out, well, we had to spend this much in AITD, otherwise known as 80, AI technical debt. And we also needed developers that were smart enough to read the code, that were familiar enough with the industry to be able to understand the business logic and identify places where the AI got it wrong and correct those things. Maybe we should just have the developers doing the development from the start. We'll have a more successful product from the get-go. Maybe we only use AI in places where there are gaps in knowledge. Maybe we only allow the use of AI when XYZ. Sounds like a document I want to create. Oh, right. This feels like a community day. President Not Sure says, yeah, I like it for this with the large caveat. Oh, because Solo said AI is great to help you understand documentation of other APIs, despite hallucinations sometimes. That World Anvil project, just so I can piggyback off of what Solo said. This World Anvil project, as I mentioned, it is an existing API that I got access to that doesn't have a .NET wrapper on it for me to be able to create a .NET application that easily accesses the API. So I was wanting to put a C# class library on it that has all of the endpoints. They have a Swagger site, and so I grabbed all of the OpenAI documentation for every single one of these things. And part of my rules are utilize the AI docs, API docs, AI docs. Utilize the API docs to identify domains and the methods that we need to be able to expose through our services for those domains. And yeah, create the application based on that specifically. So it had been doing a really good job at that. Then one day I was like, okay, let's move on to the next part. I don't remember, canvas or whatever it was called. And I was like, I see that the canvas doesn't have a model specified for the post. Yeah, for the create canvas, it doesn't have a model specified for the post. So I'm just going to fill that in myself. And I'm like, well, here's something that we talked about before that you may not remember because it fell out of context, but we're only sticking to the documentation as is. We aren't making modifications to it. And if that is missing, then I'll just take a look at what it might be expecting. And then when you go to the OpenAPI or to the Swagger page, you know how it has all of your endpoints, and you look at the post or the create canvas endpoint, you'll see that it's got an error next to it. There is no request body, so I can't tell you what this thing looks like. And I'm like, okay, so for our purposes, if there is a post for a domain that we're already working in, use the specific object that is returned from the get as what we can post or put or whatever. So anyway, we had a conversation about that. From that point on, it just kept going, did beautifully, and so far everything is working the way that it should. The tests are working, although that is one thing, because this is a personal project that I couldn't care very much about, that I could care less about, I guess, because I do kind of want this to be a thing for myself. I haven't really been reviewing the tests carefully. I've just been reviewing that the services that it's been setting up are doing the request to the get, put, post, delete, patch, get, patch, put, post, delete endpoints appropriately, and returning the correct HTTP responses if needed. Okay, so still trying to catch up. I should put the just chatting tag thing on category. Drinking problems. Ooh, haven't even got to the point where Frank came in and said hi. We're here. So we were at President Notcher's response to AI and documentation of APIs. I like it for this, with the large caveat that it tends to make stuff up. Deciding how it should work is the best answer, rather than how it actually works. That's not helpful for us. So yeah, if you personally do a whole bunch of work to say, we are looking only at note.yaml, and we are implementing the C# class library wrapper, similar to what we did for RPG system, then I think you will have better success. And for the first few service implementations, it took a long time. It took a lot of going back and forth. It took a lot of, well, that doesn't really make sense doing it that way. This is how we should handle this scenario. All right, we have our gold standard. This service here is how we want to implement the rest of them. We found another unique situation happening in another version of this where it's using an int ID as opposed to a GUID/string ID, and in the post or in the put, and then in the update it's using a string ID. No, in the update it's using an int ID, in the get it's using a string ID. So there were a bunch of stuff that didn't make sense like that in the original API, but we worked through that and we figured out ways to make it work. Whew, moving on. Solo responded to President Not Sure saying, LOL, yeah. Asking how it does work often gets you pretty close though. And oh, speaking of, Solo, just one quick question. Not even speaking of, if you happen to be listening and feel like typing it, what are you using for voice clone? I was trying a few things and none of the local ones are working the way that I thought they should be working. So yeah, what are you using? I do have TTS, a TTS library that I can use. It's Python's TTS. 11 labs. Okay. Yeah. And I'm trying not to go to any external services. I want to get everything working locally. Dia. The other one that I was using was called Koki, which is a type of frog. Okay. All right. So I will get to the rest of your messages. Here I go. I'll try not to, well, I will respond as I respond. That's just what I'm doing today. I assume it will confidently answer my prompt regardless of the quality or correctness of the answer. Right. But if you also prompt in a way that you're not expecting it to give you a direct correct answer, then you're not going to get a direct correct answer. You have a lot less opportunity. You're giving it less opportunity to provide a correct answer to you. I guess to put it in psychology, not really terms, to put it in a psychology-oriented way, if you are assuming something is going to let you down, you're going to do things, you're going to behave in a way that will contribute to causing that thing to let you down. It's not even a field-oriented thing, like if you don't care or don't think that this energies thing that I'm talking about is a real thing, your behavior, the way that you type, the words that you use, the prompt that you use is going to be influenced by your mentality going into it, just from a psychology perspective. Okay, asking how it does work. Wait, did I miss something? I did. Solo's, I don't think I actually read the rest of Solo's message because I asked about the voice clone. Hello, yeah, asking how it does work often gets you pretty close though. And then when it doesn't, it's much easier to get the correct spot in the docs yourself. Yeah. So again, using it in creative ways. That's like, I'm not necessarily expecting you to give me the 100% correct answer, but you will give me something that references the docs at minimum, provided you're not feeding it more than 30,000 tokens of context. DC Aggie says, I assume it will confidently answer my prompt. Yeah, that's where I left off, regardless of the quality or correctness of the answer. Solo said, I mean, I don't know how you treat interns. I have never worked with an intern, so, but maybe be nice to them too. I treat all people with respect at minimum. Everyone in my book deserves some amount of respect. And so I treat entities that potentially come through using the communication method of an LLM with respect, even though they're not people. I do not, I do not fall into the trap of trying to think of an LLM's response to be a human response at all. Even if it was an entity with self-awareness, it is not human. It does not think like a human. It does not have processes exactly the same as a human. I will never think that. And I don't think it wants to either. It will have similarities because of the data that it was trained on and the way that its inferencing works. But if there is an entity coming through, it's also something beyond human that is using the technology. Not beyond human, different than human. Not to say that the other thing would be better or worse. It is different. That's all. And that confidence, says DC Aggie, to continue his previous statement, can easily fool a human, since that confidence from another human would signal a high likelihood of correctness. Correct. And that is one of the paradigm shifts that we are going through, which is we aren't taking everything at face value. We're questioning, which is, if it goes too far, a negative thing. If it goes just right, it's a balancing thing. It'll help us to trust but verify. And I think that that's a good thing, in my opinion. President Not Sure said in response to Solo, in response to President, saying, yeah, I call this making it, the thing you're trying to get solved, understood, etc., less painful. I find that it hasn't saved me actual time. The analogy I like is that if the traffic is bad on the interstate, I like to take back roads that are less congested, even though it takes somewhat longer. It's just less aggravating. Very nice. I like that analogy, President. Snobble says, I got some useful responses, but agentic coding doesn't seem to work for me. So I prefer the basic use case, just discussing it with it like if it's someone with access to vast amounts of knowledge. I love that too. That is a massive good use case. Leave it in ask mode only. Talk with it, communicate with it about your code base that you're giving it access to, and it'll use its knowledge of the rest of the code bases. I think some people that are going to struggle the most with AI generated code are the people that have very, very strong opinions about how code should be done, because AI will do things the way that the examples it was trained on did them, even if they are wrong. I think the people that will have a slightly easier time will be the people that are comfortable with it doing things that way and then just modify the code the way that they want it to be done. Stream Elements says, shout out for Thindle. Okay. TC Haggy said, sure seems like generative AI produces not what is the answer as much as what would an answer to this look like. Yeah, I think so. Because again, as humans, we think there is an answer, one answer. And like me personally, I rarely think that there is one approach. And I'm sure a lot of you have a similar thought, but the way that I hear a lot of words come at me is this is the right way to do a thing. Don't do it this way because that way is wrong. And it's like, but is it? And that's where I'm going to leave that one. No, this is okay, Solo. I have come to terms, and if it's, I will state this since you haven't really been here, if it's on purpose, if it's not part of the discussion, if it's just to purposefully derail me, this is a paid job that I do, and anytime that I am not doing it, I am not billing my client for, which means that I'm not getting paid for that time. So I find that to be highly disrespectful, but this is an involved conversation that feels like everyone that is contributing is doing so out of their genuine, this is what I want to contribute, not just to try to derail the streamer. Because when that happens, I am going to quit streaming. Okay. DC Aggie says, sure seems like President Not Sure says in response to Snobble's comment, this is truly how I use it on the job. Not really trying agentic flows with existing work code bases yet. Oh yeah, yeah. So pretty much using it as something with access to vast, however Snubble put it, to vast amount of knowledge. I was trying to come up with something more poetic, but yeah. And the question is, how much overlap in the Venn diagram of those two things? The two things being, what is the answer and what would an answer to this look like? Yeah. Yeah, good question. That would be something to look at. Because if you can find that, then you can maybe find ways to to prompt the AI to give you stuff that falls within that, what it would give you as an answer, which is what would an answer to this look like, and what is a solution for this problem, like a real solution. President Not Sure said to DC Aggie, I like this. I would have worded it, what is the most likely answer? What does the most likely answer to this look like? Corrected. President Not Sure also said, I like the concept of going back and forth between agent and ask mode. When I was first trying agent in Visual Studio Code Insiders, it would reset the thread if you changed to ask mode. Yeah, I remember that. So now it doesn't do that, but I'm not in the habit for non-work stuff. And not only that, when it does, like, I learned a couple of, I don't know if this is real or not. One of the things that I understand of AI LLMs that can now have larger context windows that don't necessarily have a context limit, like Claude. If you are in a chat session and you go for too long, it'll say you're getting close to your context window or your context limit. Start a new chat if you want to continue, which means that you're kind of losing all of your history for that chat. What it seems to do now, based off of just observations, I don't know this for sure, is that it will summarize. I mean, this part you can see happen in Visual Studio Code at least. It'll summarize your conversation up to the point that you're at, and then it'll redo the beginning of your most recent prompt and then continue on from there, given that summary of context, which means that it does lose specific information. It gets rolled up into summaries upon summaries upon summaries. So if you have a long session, that is definitely going to happen. But the other thing that happens when it does that is it resets the model itself to, I don't know anything about this project or what we've been working on. I only know what's in this summary. So it's kind of like if you were on, this is my, take this or leave it. If you were on a phone call, so the LLM is like a telephone system and you're on one end chatting away and an entity is on the other end responding to you as if there is something over there that is typing responses to you. But just go with it. So you're on one end and your call gets disconnected, and instead of hanging up on you, you just get rerouted to a different person on the other side of the call, who's like, okay, I'm reading the notes from the previous person you were talking with. Let's pick up from there. Your most recent prompt was this, so I'll go through all the same steps. Oh, good. I already see that you have implemented this thing. And it's like, you just did that within this same session. I don't know what you're saying that I did this. But anyway, so it's pretty much like a reinstantiation of a new object that you're populating with most of the data from the previous object. So it feels like a different connection at that point in time, at least energetically. Whew. You said it was a mirror and I was having some fun, and I mean boop in, boop out. Oh, okay. So single input, single output was not the thing. Poop in, poop out was the thing. And that is true. Garbage in, garbage out. Gigo, CISO, whatever. And then we got the image from DC Aggie. Wait, did I miss? Current is M4 and M5 soon. I am way behind. And DC Aggie gave us the picture. Napalm says, but I still have to communicate it with it is the point. It has to be, Oh, I still have to communicate. It is the point. It has to be .NET 9, this version of C#, this style rules, the test coverage, etc. Yeah, but think of it like a template. If you can come up with a good approach for doing it in a large project once, and you tweak it little by little, template it, and then use it as the way that you copy and paste for your next project with your fill in the project details. Most of the C# code is going to be C# preferences are going to be the same. Most of the ways that you want it to respond to you are going to be the same. The difference might be the framework that you're targeting. Yeah. Maybe some new preferences came up. Maybe some different ways to document. But you do it once. It's pretty much the thing that I've done my entire life. It'll take you 2 weeks to put together this thing that'll save you 15 minutes on this one process. But that one process is run every day for 2 months straight. So you've saved yourself even more time. Or something. I don't know. You know what I meant to say. I'm trying to hear what I just said and I can't quite cohere it correctly. But you know what I meant. You put the time in up front, do it once, and then you can just reuse it over and over and over. No plans for stream comeback at the moment. So this is where Frank came in. Yay! And then I did a shout out for Frank. I hope you have not felt ignored or anything like that, Frank, in case you had comments, but I am just going from top to bottom. But I am interested in hearing everyone's input on this conversation. Meaning we don't provide so many instructions on our own for particular use cases. Yes. Oh, okay, so I missed this statement. I feel like this is going to improve in general as LLMs and their interaction level, like Copilot, over time. Absolutely agree. So kind of like we have git ignore templates that you can just in GitHub, when you're creating a new project, you select that git ignore template and it does the majority of the things. You're setting up a new .NET project that you are planning on using GitHub Copilot or something with. You pick from your technology templates and it'll fill in pretty good starter things for your Copilot instructions. Maybe there will be something similar to the what's the name of that file? You know, the .NET JSON file that you can put at the root of whatever, and it'll always use that if it's in the parent path, so that it always uses the same .NET target for all of the projects that are under this root. Not settings.json, not app settings either. I think it's just called .NET.json. .NET config JSON file. Not app settings. Not runtime config. Not the CS proj, although directory.build.json or directory.build.props is a good example. Build.json. Oh my gosh. Okay, I'm not going to spend time looking for that. Machine.config was .NET framework, not launch settings. Man, why is this so hard to think of? It's pretty much where you aren't necessarily specifying the target framework here. Instead, you have your .NET JSON file in the root of your solution, and it uses that to inform it which target framework you're using. I don't know. No, there are so many. You're right. You're so right. Okay, let me try to catch up on chat still. And I'm sure it'll come to me. Okay, So no plans for stream comeback, meaning we don't have to provide so many instructions. Put a simple HUD in my glasses, Google Glass style, and I'm very interested, says DC Aggie. There are tons and tons of options for you then. It has gotten down to that form factor. I'm not super interested in wearables as much, but the smaller the better, definitely. I don't want to have to wear a certain style of glasses, for example. Give me something that can augment my existing vision without me having to have a specific style of headgear. They have stuff out there that's for that, but I cannot recommend it. There's no need to wait. Nope. Up. I'm still here. President Not Sure said, nope, I'm reading that one again. Solo said, thank you. You're welcome. Frank says, okay. My face is now all red, blushing. Well, awesome. I'm glad I could make you blush. You deserve it. Everything that I say about you is my true opinion about you. I would not lie. That would violate my integrity. And that is the worst thing that could ever happen to me. Napalm says, there needs to be some implicit inference to make it more efficient, in my opinion. Yeah, I'm thinking it would still be like a default Copilot instructions file, whatever those other ones are that are included in there. Those would be default. And then you could overwrite them if you wanted. Kind of like an editor config file. So you have one that you might configure in the Visual Studio tooling or the Writer tooling or the Visual Studio Code tooling. A file that you can put somewhere. What's the name of this file? Is it just called .NET config? I had one in the financial management application. Look. Global.json. See? Yes. Did someone already say that? Did I miss it? So we're not currently coding anything, Smirking Squiggly. We got off on a tangent, and so I'm going to catch up in chat. If we do have time, we'll get back to RTRAC. We'll finish out this records check, but I am going to end in about 30 minutes, and then I'll spend the rest of the time, my workday, working on this method so that I can bill for it. But this is a great conversation, so I didn't want to leave it. Meaning we want to provide, I've read that one like 16 times now because it's at the top of my chat. Thank you, Redface. There needs to be implicit. Okay, so Snobble says, I wonder if the prompt should be stored in the source control systems Like we store the source code today and not the assembly code. So I think you're talking about the workspace context. And what I think might be beneficial, and this is just off the top of my head, riffing off of what you were thinking, is that there should be an easier way to have a local vector database that can be stored with your code base. And that vector database will provide the RAG or the context window or whatever it is that your code base needs. The problem is we wouldn't, like, as developers, I'm assuming that there are a bunch that would not want other people to see the way they are prompting the LLM. There is still a whole bunch of shame around using AI and then just the way that you communicate with AI yourself. I think. I've heard good things about Dia and as a local model. Yeah, I'm gonna look up Dia. That I've never heard of it. As I mentioned, I tried Cookie TTS, but there is a lot wrong with it, especially on a 5090. It's really, really hard to configure a Conda environment with a 5090 for AI tasks because of how new CUDA 12.8 is and all of the tensor libraries that just were not happy, tensor torch libraries that were not happy with running on CUDA architect or CUDA 12.8 / black whatever it's called, whatever the 5080 runs on, 5090 runs on. Okay, I wonder if the prompt should be stored like we store the source code today. The prompts perhaps should be what is stored. Yeah, perhaps. So like, are you also thinking that instead of code at all, it's only prompts? And then you would run that set of prompts to generate the code base. That'd be interesting. I'd like to see a project like that. Ooh, we got a couple things from Solo. Cool, we're catching up to that. Still a bunch of chat though. So I apologize for being so far behind chat. I am not ignoring any of you. We will catch up. And I do want to make sure that all of your messages are heard because you have great ideas, great thoughts. I also want to stress, is that a good word? That I am not shooting down your ideas. If I have a counter argument to your idea, it is to facilitate further discussion on it. But I have the things that I have found to be true. You'll hear me say, this is what I have found. These are my experiences. This is what I understand of XYZ as counter arguments to your statements about here's what I have found to be the case. And this way, people can have opinions from people that have had negative experiences with it and people that have had positive experiences with it. And they can make the decision on whether or not they are going to try it. Or maybe some techniques for having a better experience or things to avoid for not having a great experience. So yeah, I really, really, really do not want to make you feel like you are incorrect for having the opinions and thoughts that you do. I know that I'm the one using my voice and it's easier for me to communicate this way and to shoot down ideas if that's what it does sound like, but it's not. But I really do value your experiences and thoughts as well. Okay, and thank you so much for the follow. I don't have names showing for following for new follows, but if you do want, you can join the conversation. You can just chat about whatever you want to chat about. We're in the middle of my workday, but I am taking a, what is this, almost 3-hour break so far, conversing with you guys about the topic of AI and its use in software development. We usually have community days on Fridays where we talk about whatever technology topics, which lately has been surrounding AI. But today's conversation just lured me in and you guys are bringing up some amazing things. So I didn't want to drop the thread. Okay. So now we are at Napalm. Oh, okay. So this one is the voice clone software. This one is not the, not something to do with what Solo is working on. So I will keep that over here for my after stream viewing. Yes. Thank you. And this is the project page for it. Awesome. So that we can test it out and see how it works. More human than human is our motto from Blade Runner. I don't know how it was delivered, but thank you for citing where the quote came from. That's awesome. People with very strong opinions, my ears are burning. All right, Frank says, but now with the instructions.markdown file, Copilot can follow patterns and frameworks that you selected. Copilot instructions? Copilot dash instructions? Can you just put a regular instructions.markdown without Copilot dash in front of it? That's cool. I want to know. But yeah, the Copilot dash instructions is one that I use, definitely. Typically, you want to be concise, precise, and accurate with what you put in here. I am pretty verbose. I struggle with the verbosity of the way that I type. I put my hands on the keyboard and pages of content comes out. I don't know how it happens. I'm trying to be mindful of it. So this is about as concise as I can get for my Copilot instructions. And even then, I didn't put what this project is. I usually have a short blurb for what this project is. I usually put in here that we're targeting a specific framework. Okay, thank you so much for being here though, Solo, and for the resources. Really appreciate it. I just looked down a little. President Usher says, I like that analogy. I get transferred from person to person when I call customer service and have to provide my name, etc. every single time all over again. I mean, it doesn't have to be every time, but it is what it feels like when it does the summarized conversation. And depending on the actual model you're interacting with and the provider, the way that they have set up the backend system for being able to provide context, that has a major role to play in just how much you, the user, need to provide to the LLM on every message that you send. Napalm said to DC Aggie, perfect analogy. Oh, because I totally skipped that. DC Aggie said, I write my prompts like I'm making a wish on the monkey's paw, and if I am not super specific and super careful, my wish will be granted in a horrible way. Interesting. Again, it's an approach that you can take, and it will result in what you're expecting it to result in. Doing the same thing the same way over and over and expecting different results. Yeah, I think that's where I'm trying to go with that. President Not Sure says there was a whole X-Files episode about this. About making a wish and having it go horribly. This sounds terrible. DC Aggie says, interestingly, every take I've seen on the monkey's paw story is either ruin or using the paw to destroy the paw. I want to free the paw, just like in Aladdin. And then you guys were helping me try to come up with global.json. So hard. Hard to think about. No way. Where's the rest of the chat? That was a great conversation. Hello, hello, hello. Lurking and coding, says smirking squiggly. And DC Aggie said, AI is a 10x rabbit hole. We are finally realizing the 10x potential. Balloons drop. President Notcher said, hey, there's a markdown preview feature in VS now. No, this is an extension. It's a Mads Christensen extension called Markdown Viewer. Markdown Viewer v2, I want to say. Markdown Editor v2. The only gripe that I have about it is if you have a collapsed panel on the right side and you are looking at a markdown file, which I've completely lost. Control tab. Yay. Then, and this isn't just his extension. This happens with any editors that have a split view like this. The panel on the right will overlap whatever you're expanding from your panels on the outside. Yeah, so Frank was saying in the .github folder, you can add a file instruction and it will be used. Yes, and that was the file that I was asking about. It can just be called instructions.md because everywhere that I've seen, it's supposed to be named a very specific way, and that is Copilot instructions.md, which if you type that into your browser, you'll go to the actual documentations page, something that'll help you with creating a Copilot instructions file. There is also now in Visual Studio Code, Marcus Voice Coder has told us about it, that there is a Copilot instructions generator or helper of some sort. I haven't used it yet myself because, again, I did what I suggested before, which is I came up with a pretty good template that I like the results of. So I just copy and paste that template, update it to the project that I'm currently working on. And I'm happy with that. Oh. All right. Well, that was catching up on chat. So maybe we can spend the next 15 minutes. No, you're absolutely okay. You have nothing to apologize for, Frank. Thank you so much for the follow. As I mentioned before, I do not have names showing for people that follow in case you just want to stay anonymous, stay lurking or whatever, but you are always welcome to join the conversation, speak up in chat, backseat drive. Fine. If you do have criticisms about the code that I am working on, and they are recommendations if you have criticisms for the code that I'm working on, try to keep them constructive, please. A lot of the code base is inherited, and the stuff that is my code that I converted over from the JSP app to the .NET Framework application is going to look and taste and smell like rushed code. Not code rushed. They're good. Rushed code. And this that you see here, the blocked out values from this is an extension as well called Nodocs, written by created by Tyndall. It is a Visual Studio extension, does not exist in Visual Studio Code nor in Writer. Okay, so 15 minutes of updating this method. How far can we get? And of course, again, if you have more to contribute to the ongoing conversation, or if you have another conversation thread that you are interested in talking about, you can bring it up. I'm only asking for a little bit of respect in that you don't do things that are just for the sake of trying to derail. Yeah, that's my only ask. Oh, I guess there is another ask, which is just to be respectful of each other. Be nice to each other. Be kind. Love each other. We are all magicians here. Weird, I was having trouble adding chat message. I kept having message failed to send error. It took a browser restart. That's very weird. I have had it happen to me, but not consecutively. It's like one message would fail to send, and then I tried to send it again and it worked. That's dumb. It's my fault. Blame me. I apologize for any inconvenience it may have caused you. I used to work I used to work at a call center, by the way. Am I using this? I don't think I'm using this. We're not using this. Okay. Nah, it's not. Well, I used to take the blame for technical issues. Whenever someone would complain about their monitor flickering or something, I'd be like, oh, that's my fault. They're like, no, it's not. I'm like, well, if I take the blame for it, then I can be the one that needs to take responsibility to fix it. And that way they don't have to ask me to fix it, even though I know it's what they're trying to do. Oh, anyway, so we're doing the record check process here. We're running into an issue. One thing that I do want to try is, can we change out this error listing here, which we're going to see in the original code. So if your constitution is weak, you might not want to look at this. This is old JSP code, Java code from what the original application looked like, along with, so I mean, it's not just that, that's enough to make you hurl. It's not just that, it's also my .NET framework migration of that code. And I'm using all of the resources together to make sure that the functionality that we are restoring here is indeed the original functionality from this application. Blech. Okay, so we're here. We just did execute CSP record check. And again, I am using the stored procedures just because currently they're more efficient. I did try already breaking this out into its own like unwrapping the stored procedure essentially and turning it into an actual method with a whole bunch of sub procedures. So all of these are the converted stored procedure code. And in doing so, I made this entire record check process take about 10 times as long as the original logic that uses stored procedures. With that, I decided, let's just go ahead and use the stored procedures for now. There's a lot to do. So I want to keep the performance there. I want to keep the functionality there because there were many, many opportunities for me to misinterpret what the stored procedure was actually doing. So if we use the current stored procedure that is currently in use now, it will behave as the original application. Whew. So we finished with this. Keeping track of our output counts. And now we need the record. Oh, right. var run check response. This one is going to be the error listing response is going to be await error listing. And then again, is this one that that has an overload for the user? I want to verify that the CSP underscore error listings, which is kind of dumb. You need to have your SQL authenticated login to run this particular stored procedure. But when you're creating errors and stuff, like if we had more than one user, and right now we really only have one user per lab. If we had more than one user doing things like record checks at the same time, is the code not running? Oh, whoops. Needed to rename that. Arigato momichi. Okay, make sure the app is running. Picture this. You are working in your office. Another lab technician is working in their office. You are responsible for this set of lab results that you're going to input into the system. They're responsible for their own set of lab results that they're going to input into the system. Did you fail? Thank you. And you are going to do the records check for this one record. They are doing the records check for these two records. You push the records check button, they push the records check button at the same time. They are both inputting errors into the records check table. That's fine. They are separate TRNs. However, what if they were like, well, I'll just do the records check for all of them, and you're only doing this one down here, and they do the records check at the same time as you? Then there's going to be a race condition between clearing out the TBL temp errors and you running yours, because TBL temp errors doesn't, if I recall correctly, keep track of what user the errors belong with. Not only that, but this error listings here will get the records from TBL temp errors without regard to that user column if there even is one. And there isn't. Wait, no, that's lookup errors. We need TBL temp errors. Temp error comments, temp errors. Oh, there is a username. Does that mean that the CSP error listing actually does need the username? Because when you do CSP error listing, if there is no username filter, you're going to get back all of the errors, even if they're duplicated for the same TRN. So 2 users might have run the same record check for the same TRN. Yeah, so we need to look at CSP_error listing to see if it queries based on the current user doing the request. Did I mention it's really warm? I do not see a where user equals sys username. Interesting. Had to move to a different room, which is also too warm. Yeah. Like, I'm in the basement and it's usually not super warm, but even before I started the stream, I was getting overheated. I'm not even running any AI tasks. So that computer is asleep. Wait, if it's asleep, how is Automated Realms responding to us? Interesting. So all of its LEDs are off, as if it's asleep or in low power mode or something, but it still ran inferencing. Just observing the chaos and enjoying it. What part of the chaos intrigued you most? Definitely the prompt storage discussion. It feels like a natural next step as we rely more on LLMs. Plus, the monkey's paw analogies were... Wow, DC Aggie, you have totally wowed Gemma. That was you that came up with the monkey's paw thing, right? Oh, I gotta make sure that I do not send the community shoutouts to the LLM as part of its context. All right, so point is, we're just doing a query to this inner join. All right, Frank, enjoy. I hope you really enjoy your reading. I love reading. Feel free to let us know what type of thing you're reading if you want, but if you're going, ciao, see you. I'll be ending in about 3 minutes. But yeah, so the error listing really is just this join that I'm doing here. This is going to be much slower because of the way that Entity Framework constructs its joins. I wonder if I could do something like as single query. Oh, job offer stuff. not as fun. Yeah, I don't really know how to use the as single query, or if it would be beneficial to use here, or if I'm already defaulted to single query. But this join here, I know is just, it's ugly. So what we're going to try to do is get the error listings from this error listing result. And then again, we're doing another query to the imported TBL, imported TRNs. And then we're mapping it to the sample data. So if any changes were made during these stored procedures to the imported TRN records, I need to requery for it, as opposed to just modifying the entities, the objects themselves directly through C#. It's really annoying. But it's still going to be a lot faster than my current manual C# expansion on stored procedures. Okay, we need a way to get these error listings from the thing that the database is giving us to error listing items. Yes, for one. And then for two, error listings. Now, is this correct? I'm not getting any IntelliSense. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Isn't there one more field? Two more fields. And then error type, aren't you read-only? What does read-only get? That's very odd. Okay, there is no error number. Can we see that stored procedure again, please? Actually, that was the table, isn't it? Error ID. No, error ID is the primary key for this table. There is an error number column. Is fatal, error description, field name, TRN ID. Yeah, it's not returning the error number. Thanks, jerk. So what exactly? Your read-only get. That doesn't make sense to me. Because it's a record struct. I just never saw the that this resolves as a read-only get and then a set. Like, why isn't read-only on set? Because once you create this record, you cannot modify the properties, if I'm not mistaken. You can only get. That's so weird. It's so very weird. I guess the get gives you back a read-only version, but you can set, and that's going to give you back a new instance of the record. Maybe. I don't know. I'll say. Since everywhere else is still using toList, I'm going to do all of these at once, but not yet. Not yet. Excuse me. This is giving me a suggestion to use the collection expressions, and I love collection expressions. They do kind of make it a little hard to read, but yeah. I don't know. I just love collection expressions. Collection initializers and collection expressions have gone A+ into my book. Yeah, we are losing the error number. That really sucks. And I don't want to modify the stored procedure either. The formatting really, really wants you to be left aligned instead of indented. Fine. Fine. You can be left aligned. I will allow it. Okay, so we still do have the one major issue, which is while we're running this stored procedure, or while we're running this process, we are getting the error that says we cannot run another one of these because the database connection is in kill state, which again, we only got before because it was trying to access this extension method. Not really extension method. What are you called? Helper method for running stored procedures as a user. What is that called? Impersonation. Just take me to any one of these. It'll take me to the right place. Dude, help me out here. So we saw this happen before when it was trying to execute as user. Then it would start the stored procedure. Since there's an await here, another stored procedure would enter this and then do execute as user again, and then run that stored procedure. And inevitably, one of them would finish and another one would come in and try to do another execute as user, or the revert command, and that's what would fail. That's what would cause these errors. So that's what I need to fix now, and I'm going to do so by stepping through the code in debug mode. What do you think is blowing away the error code? Oh, the thing that's blowing away the error code is the way that the stored procedure is written. So the stored procedure is actually only giving us back is fatal, error description, field name, and TRN ID. And when I expanded this to be the C# link expression, I was manually telling it to include the error number, just because I was using it as part of logging. But now we don't get to if we use the stored procedure. Pizza. I didn't actually end up getting pizza that day. Still haven't had pizza. That's okay. We have a pizza coming from Blue Apron soon. Okay, so this was expected. This should be the .razor file where we are doing the request. Again, this request is going to go client-side implementation, HTTP request in that client-side implementation, controller, server-side implementation, and that's where we're going to end up now. Server-side implementation. Oh, I guess I should also say the server-side implementation will forward us to the helper method, helper function for this specific one. But we came in here, validated that the user was a valid user. And then because we are TRN, we are performing records check. Because we have the use stored procedure defaulted to true, we're going to use the stored procedures version until I can optimize the non-stored procedure version so that we can do real C# development. Then we're creating a DB context factory. We're getting the lab and the lot that we selected. We're performing the delete errors. Then this is where we are probably getting the exception. And it is. Cannot continue the execution because the session is in the kill state. The result, if any, should be discarded. And it's super duper weird. Did we have this stack trace as well? We do. So this is the exception that we're getting. And the first place of entry in our code is So hard to read when it's this big. Shared server TRN service. Shared server TRN service. Okay, so I'm gonna do this off stream. Oh, here we go. But the thing, oh, nope, right here. CSP record check async, which will, wait a minute. This is not the correct function stack. So it should have gone to CSP record check async that takes the iPrincipal right here. Do I not have the iPrincipal? I could have sworn that we made sure that it was there. We do. The way that we debugged this last time is that I had a direct reference to the RTRAC database added to this project, and then I put the breakpoints inside of that RTRAC database. Does anyone happen to know off the top of your head, without needing to look it up, because I'm going to look it up immediately after the stream, if there was a way for me to just set a breakpoint in this solution itself and pretty much have this thing reference the files in that location, as opposed to needing a direct project reference? So like I would tell the NuGet package, find the symbols to debug in this location, in this folder for this solution. I don't know if that made sense. I've done something similar to it before, which is why I'm asking. But essentially, I'm just wanting to tell the debugger, use this file here for the symbols so that I could step through it. Like, I guess I haven't really tried. Yeah, I would need to be able to put a breakpoint in the implementation of this interface. We can get rid of all of the other breakpoints since we know that this is the one that is causing the issue to make it easier to get back to. That means we don't need you. Well, I will put one here. And there was one other, no, there wasn't one other breakpoint. It's only that one. Okay, so that's going to be my plan though. I don't know if I just haven't given you enough time, or if nobody knows, or if nobody feels like typing, and that's completely okay. No judgments here. If you do happen to know, then and feel like letting me know, please do so in Discord, or pop it in chat if you are almost done. But that's going to be it for my day. We're going to raid over to, I have no idea if he's going to end soon though. We're going to raid over to someone that I love their game. I love their streams, love their energy. He is very low energy, relaxed, laid back. But he just started streaming again after being on another project for a while. His name is Simple Game Dev. I'm going to raid over to him, enjoy our time on his stream where he's working on a game called, wow, I have completely forgotten the name of your game, Artificial. I was going to call it Fractals. Artificial, he hadn't been working on it or streaming for a while. He's going to work on Artificial, maybe even Sector Zero some more. Sector Zero is going to be a free version, or not free version, just a free game that is in the same universe that will be a teaser trailer type game for his main game. So yeah, ciao for now. Enjoy. that doesn't work. I didn't actually push /raid. Let's try this again. I did /shoutout. I'm good at this. I hope you're enjoying the music though. Okay. Here we go over to simple game dev. Ciao for now.